Chapter 379. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Song Sherdao suppressed his anger and asked coldly, May I know who you are? I am the son of the Chimin Khan, Ashinadoki. Love, go, small, say, Netkahi is a direct descendant of the great Ashina family, born by the heavens and the earth, placed by the sun and moon. Ashinadomi's malicious gaze ruthlessly swept over Fu Hongyan as he sneered. This woman has insulted the Turks, insulted the honor of our Ashina clan, and even killed an envoy of the Khagan. Is this how you Han treat us, Turkic Khaganate? Ashinadozi said coldly. Hand this woman over to me. Let me hang her under the king's tent. Only then can we wash away the humiliation you have brought us. Impossible. Song Sherdao snapped. Ashinaduchi remained unmoved. Then wash it with blood. If the Turks declare war on your Song household, we'll use your Song household's blood to pay tribute to our fallen warriors. Song Sherdao placed his hand on his sword, but was stopped by a large hand. He looked up and found that his uncle, Song Lu, was already in front of him, looking at him with a hint of dissuasion and disappointment. He turned to face Ashinadozi and said in a deep voice, The Five Alliance is a matter of great importance. None of us can make the decision. How can a little brat like you question it? Since you know how serious this matter is, why do you still dare to provoke me? Ashinadozi slapped the side of the ship and asked sternly, You allowed a woman and a kid to kill our men. Is this how much you value this alliance? Song Lu glared at Fu Hongyan angrily and suppressed his dissatisfaction. In his heart, Fu Hongyan was, after all, a guest of the Song clan. As the host, he still had to stand up for her despite her foolishness. Otherwise, the Song clan would lose all face. At this time, the people of the Li clan had also learned of the conflict at the port. A young prince hurried over from the camp and saw Song Lu and Ashinadupa in a deadlock on the ship. A hint of joy flashed through his eyes, but he persuaded. Prince Dupa is an honored guest who has come to sign the treaty. He is the younger brother of the Khan and has an incomparably honorable status. On the matter of the Turkic envoy's death, we will definitely give His Highness a reasonable explanation. I hope that the two of you will not hold a grudge and ruin this alliance, incurring the wrath of the Five Alliance leaders. Ashinadozi pointed at Fu Hongyan and said, Hand over this woman and that man, and I will let bygones be bygones. Lu Li, who was pointed at by him, stood with her arms crossed and sneered. Fu Hongyan also acted as if it was none of her business, as if she could let them do whatever they wanted. Li Yuanji roughly understood what had happened. He straightened his expression and said solemnly, Mr. Silverbeard, it's not that I don't want to give the Song clan face, but the current situation is too vile. Why don't we just hand the two of them over to the heir to deal with? Li Yuanji. Song Lu's tone became heavy. Do you have the slightest backbone to bow and scrape to the Turkic people? Li Yuanji's expression became cold, and he asked indifferently, The alliance hasn't even begun, and someone has already committed murder. Who can bear the responsibility? Is His Highness' words wrong in the slightest? Hand them over to His Highness, and after His Highness has dealt with them, they will be released. Love, go, little, say, Net, could believe that His Highness will spare their lives for the sake of the big picture. Before he could finish his words, he saw Ashinadozi's greedy eyes sweep over Fu Hongyan's body, and he said with a smile, Of course I won't kill her, I'm just punishing her. After saying this, he laughed maliciously. For some reason, Li Yuanji also laughed along, and for a moment the stiff atmosphere actually became somewhat harmonious. Song Lu saw that Song Sherdao's eyes were almost spitting fire, and he said in a low voice, Sherdao, don't indulge in your private affairs. We are in the wrong in this matter. It was just a small matter of the Turkic people provoking us. But, Sai, you are really out of your mind, child. Song Sherdao suppressed his anger and said, Are you going to let the Turkic people bully you like this? Uncle? Of course, I won't agree to this, but they are in the right in this matter, and it is already impossible for Miss Fu to escape unscathed. At most, we can find a reason to detain Miss Fu and wait for the 5 alliance leaders to decide. With the support of our Song household, and considering the influence of the merciful boathouse and Grandmaster Ning on our side, Miss Fu will be fine. Nothing bad will happen to Miss Fu. She will just suffer for a while. And Song Lu wanted to say that she asked for it, but he remembered that there were still people present, so he didn't continue. Are you done discussing? Fu Hongyan looked at everyone present with a smile. Although the smile on her face was warm, her eyes were cold. This kind of disrespectful and ungrateful tone made Song Lu frown, and he thought to himself, this woman has the heart of a beast, and she has no manners at all. This also attracted the attention of Li Yuanji and Ashina Dodi. Fu Hongyan lowered her eyebrows and smiled faintly. The charm in her eyes could be said to be peerless, and it made Song Sherdao dazed. The greed in Ashina Dodi's eyes became even stronger. Only Lu Li shook her head and walked away from her. Since it's too late, you can die now. Fu Hongyan said this to Ashina Dodi, and she did the same. A bright red light flicked out of her white fingertip, and it swept past Ashina Dodi's neck at an unimaginable speed. Her red dress fluttered in the wind, and she climbed up the mast, looking down at everyone below from a familiar angle. A bunch of ants deciding my life and death over there, how laughable! Her eyes finally revealed her true nature, the arrogance of looking down on them. 5 alliance. Do you think this is an alliance between the 5 of you? He was gravely mistaken. All of you are just bargaining chips. The real alliance of the 5 parties should be a gathering of me, Fu Hongyan, the Wind Chaser, Lu Li, the Viper, Stephen, the Truth, Hazem, and Divine Marshal. But what did I see here today? Fu Hongyan gazed at Ashina Tutu's corpse, at Song Lu and Li Yuanji, and sneered. The meaning behind her words caused Song Lu's famed silver beard to rustle, and his face to turn as red as blood. Only when Fu Hongyan's gaze slowly swept over the camp on the shore and the Turkic tents did Fu Hongyan finally say, "Jumping clowns!" A gathering of clowns. Fu Hongyan suddenly shouted, "Are all the members of the Divine Martial Team dead? Letting this group of trash dirty this old lady's eyes. They are also a group of people who hide their heads and show their tails, scheming and scheming. Didn't you want to beat them into submission, but are not willing to do it yourself? A group of so-called wise men, petty people. Since you are using me as a knife, then you must have thought of a backup plan?" That familiar bright red light once again appeared towards the Turkic tents on the shore. At this time, Fu Hongyan also had a crimson red longsword in her hand, and she pointed it towards the sky. She sang, "The 9 heavens Xiankuan, transform into divine thunder. The majestic might of the heavens, lead by the sword." Lu Li was dumbfounded. There is no need to use the godly sword, lightning-wielding, true art. Hongyan's temper is as bad as always, the bones of a beautiful woman. Truly live up to her reputation. Chapter 380. Dressed in red. The reflection of the figure was like a flower dancing in the wind, her white hands guiding. The supreme technique of the Blue Cloud sect. Divine, sword-wielding, lightning, true formula, displayed in her hands like this, the vast might of the heavens, the sharp sword chi pierced through the blue dome of heaven. At this moment, there was a majestic might that could seize the heaven and earth, like a lightning serpent crisscrossing the 9 heavens. On the ship that she stepped on, and even in the Turkic camp on the shore, there was no one who did not feel a chill in their heart. Song Lu opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but he found that he could not say anything. Although she was a woman, but at this moment, this scene, it could only be described as looking down on the world. Song Lu could even feel the disdain in her eyes. I, Fu Hongyan, spread my wings above the 9 heavens, looking down on the world. I have never attached myself to others. My pride, my backbone, my dignity, everything is entrusted to my sword, Hongyan. In this life, I am independent and strong. Everything that my identity as a woman has brought me, everything that I have lost, I will use my sword to take back. With a proud and condescending gaze, looking down from the sky, the figure dressed in red like blood let out a long roar. The sky was filled with lightning. Thunder rumbled, spreading far and wide, as if tearing the world apart. At this moment, even the people on the ship could not withstand this terrifying pressure. Song Lu's expression was dazed, his face pale, and his beard disheveled, as if he had suffered a great humiliation and blow. Song Sherdao did not know what he saw from Fu Hongyan's eyes. He only supported his uncle, looking at that domineering figure in the sky. And Li Yuanji was in a state of panic. He did not even have the interest to glance at the corpse at his feet. Like a stray dog, he curled up to avoid Fu Hongyan's gaze. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. At this time, someone in the Turkic camp finally reacted, roaring, "How dare you!" A Turkic expert with a high nose, deep eyes, and disheveled beard gripped a steel spear as he thundered out of the tent. As he stared at Fu Hongyan on the mast, the muscles in his body tightened like a bowstring. His entire body bent into 3 bows. His chest and arms formed a bow, his waist and legs formed a bow, and finally his eyes and energy formed a bow. Like a marble statue, his solidified body accumulated a copious amount of power. The long spear in his hand was like an arrow, and his power and true energy poured out. The long spear was like a shooting star, shooting upwards. "Fool!" Li said coldly. Just as the spear was about to strike, the thunder and lightning in the sky seemed to have found a vent. The thunder pythons and electric snakes intertwined and converged together at the speed of light, striking down along the fine steel spear. The Turkic expert did not even have the chance to make a sound before his body was melted into charcoal by the lightning. The half-melted spear stabbed into the ground next to him, and the thunder and lightning that had been accumulating in the sky seemed to have found their leader, and thousands of lightning bolts surged toward the Turkic camp. With the steel spear as the center, thousands of lightning bolts surged, bringing with them a terrifying aura of destruction. God! God! Li Yuanji trembled in fear, his body going limp on the ground. Fu Hongyan was completely unaware of the impact that the sight of her wielding heavenly retribution had on the people present. She did not even care who the thunder-wheeled true art of the godly sword had killed. Only those who could survive the lightning bolts were worthy of her attention. There is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. A single sword can topple a city, and a single glance can topple a country. Who knows whether to topple a city or a country? Beauties are hard to come by. Li softly murmured, and then she gave a deep sigh, as expected of the supreme beauty, a woman of astonishing talent who has fused the 2 paths of cultivation and martial arts together. To be able to fuse the thunder-wheeled true art of the godly sword with her Hongyan swordplay, Li's eyes were filled with bitterness, and she sighed. In comparison, a fellow like me who can't even control the cheat that I came across, really. If Hongyan were to meet that fellow, that would be the most suitable. Chen Ang's figure appeared in his mind. He knew that beneath Fu Hongyan's bewitching exterior was a crazy and proud heart. If she were to meet Chenong, she would either be reborn from her frenzied pursuit of power, gaining the power to look down on all, or she would lose herself in her obsession with power. At this moment, the Turkic camp had been completely ravaged by the lightning, and the 3,000 elite Turkic soldiers had been reduced to a pile of charred corpses. Countless famous Turkic experts, some of whom were no less famous than Song Lu and Song Ji, had been reduced to ashes before their eyes. At some point, Ning Daoqi had also arrived at Li's side. Looking at the surging lightning in the sky, his eyes were filled with yearning and complicated emotions. The Turkic Khagan and 3 other Turkic experts were surrounded by sharpshinchi that did not belong to this world, and they struggled in the hellish lightning. Although they were in a sorry state, their lives were not in danger. Seeing this, Song Lu turned to Fu Hongyan and advised, "Miss Fu, the ignorant Turkic barbarians have offended you. You can kill them, but you can't kill the Turkic Khagan." Song Ji also chimed in, "The Turkic crown prince is seeking his own death, but you can't kill the Turkic Khagan. If the Turkic Khagan were to invade our borders, we would all be sinners." But it was hard to tell whether Fu Hongyan had heard their words or not. She slowly walked toward the center of the lightning, and the moment the violent lightning came into contact with her sword qi, it turned into gentle flowing water that intertwined with her jinqi. Brilliant flashes of light surrounded the red-robed beauty, beautiful and dangerous. The crowd could only watch as she walked up to the Turkic Khagan, raised her sword to her eyebrows, and with a sweet smile, a shadow of her sword abruptly cut through the air. As if painting a painting, Fu Hongyan wielded her sword intent, connecting with the lightning in the sky. "Fu Hongyan, stop!" Hazem finally stood up and tried to stop her. "Don't you know that it is difficult to find a beauty that can topple a city and a country?" For the first time, the Hongyan swordsmanship that cultivated both martial and jinqi was displayed in this world. Amidst the lightning, the silhouette of a peerless beauty suddenly appeared. It was as if Fu Hongyan was smiling sweetly, but Hazem looked as if his father had died, and he roared in Turkish. The divine fire jinqi that he exerted with all his might was like a piece of paper in the face of the beauty formed by the lightning jinqi, unable to withstand a single blow. In God's space, Hazem had heard of this woman who wanted to practice both cultivation and martial arts. But because of his religion, he looked down on women from the bottom of his heart. He thought that Fu Hongyan was just a plaything controlled by men. But it was not until this time, when he faced Fu Hongyan and combined the two self-created Hongyan swordsmanship, that he understood for the first time how terrible this woman was. "Who the hell told me that Fu Hongyan is a woman who doesn't care about her appearance?" Hazem shouted in Turkic. "She is a narcissist. Crazy. Narcissism has reached the threshold of God. If it was not a narcissist who would create an absolutely perfect self in the sword intent, if it was not a crazy person, how could she reach the threshold of God just because she fell in love with him?" The Hongyan swordsmanship was a poem created by a narcissist who fell in love with him wholeheartedly and praised himself. This was a sword art that cultivated both Fu Hongyan and her sword intent Yuan Shin together. No wonder Fu Hongyan could use the thunder-controlling true spell to cleanse the earth and the ghost-slaying godly sword intent to kill all the powerhouses who were fearless against a heavenly thunder. The Turkic Khan was not even able to hold on for a second, and his head was cut off by the Hongyan swordsmanship covered with lightning. This time, Hazem really let out a heart-wrenching scream. He shouted crazily, "Fu Hongyan, Shenwu, I'm not done with you!" Chapter 381. The edge of the sword transcended time and space. In Hazem's eyes, it was a sword made up of lightning jinqi and beauty jinqi, borrowing each other's strength to increase its speed to a terrifying degree. But he couldn't see it because Fu Hongyan's figure in the sword intent of beauty occupied all his attention. It was a beauty that was absolutely different from the real Fu Hongyan. At this moment, Hazem finally understood why Fu Hongyan's mind was unstable. Splitting herself into two to create a beautiful lover in the sword art, it was already a miracle that Fu Hongyan hadn't gone crazy after such a crazy move. Beauty in the sword smiled in front of him, and it was as if Haxim had been bewitched. His soul and consciousness were slashed apart by the beauty in the sword intent, and his body in the real world was unable to defend against that extremely sharp and swift sword. The sword light flashed under his chin, and Haxim's head fell from his body. Immediately after, his body was turned into nothingness by the powerful lightning true qi. Fu Hongyan withdrew her sword, and with a leap, she returned to the mast of the big ship. She leaned on the mast, hugging her sword, and calmly watched the Turkic camp slowly disintegrate under the remaining lightning power. This time, the so-called severe punishment, the overall situation, and the importance of the alliance had become a complete joke. Everyone, including the Song clan, the Li clan, and the other forces at the port, didn't dare to look at her with the slightest bit of disrespect. There was only a deep sense of fear and reverence in their eyes. So the opinions of the weak don't mean anything. They just need to look at me with reverence in their eyes. Fu Hongyan sighed to Lu Li and said, "In the past, I didn't understand this principle, and I cared too much about meaningless comments. I carefully protected and flattered others, but now I finally understand all of this doesn't matter, as long as you are strong enough. So strong that the weak are like ants under your feet. Whatever they want to do, it's useless. It's like a king ruling his harem. What do those beauties think? Do they love me? What does it have to do with me? As long as I have the power to surpass them, I only need to do as I please. They will come on their own, try to figure out my intentions, carefully fawn over me, fall in love with me. Just look at that Song Lu. If I wasn't strong enough, even if I had done them a great favor, they wouldn't have risked defending the Turkic Khagan to protect me. They would have only weighed the pros and cons, weighing my worth on the scales and then giving me some insignificant gifts. And I must shed tears of gratitude, or else I would be a heartless ingrate." Hearing Fu Hongyan's words, Song Lu was so embarrassed that his face turned pale. He felt as if countless worms were biting his heart. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he wished he could die immediately. Song Sherdao looked at Fu Hongyan, who was standing high above like a queen, with a complicated feeling in his heart. But now, I trampled on his dignity, insulted him, and despised most of the ants here. How dare they throw their faces at me? Fu Hongyan pointed at Li Yuanji mercilessly. He pointed at Song Ji. He pointed at Song Lu. He pointed at the others who were looking at him humbly and laughed wildly. With all due respect, all of you are ants. What you think is insignificant to me, and what I do, you don't need to understand. You just need to be in awe. So Lu Li, Fu Hongyan came to Lu Li and whispered to him, "I want to be the emperor of all existence. I want to pursue the strongest power and make everyone else look like ants before me. In this world, I only care about myself, so I entrust all my love, affection, and care to my sword. You all say that I am narcissistic, but you don't know that only extreme narcissism will not care about anything else." Fu Hongyan laughed wildly. "I, Fu Hongyan, want everyone in this world, and even countless worlds, to look up at me. This is my original intention, and also my great wish, to make everyone in the world feel like ants, and be at my mercy. Now." Fu Hongyan licked her lips and smiled. She whispered softly in Lu Li's ear, "In your body, I feel what I desire, a powerful power that shares my original intention." Lu Li looked at the pure and possessive look in Fu Hongyan's eyes, which were exactly the same as the Qilin demon's eyes. "You warned me not to get close, just like how you warned a cat not to get close to a salted fish, and an emperor not to get close to his throne." Fu Hongyan's face showed a deeply seductive expression. "It's useless. The thing in your body wants to devour and possess everything. This is very compatible with my original intention of dominating everything, looking down on everything, and making everyone in the world become ants. Although there are differences." Fu Hongyan lightly touched Lu Li's chest. "But it doesn't matter. I originally wanted to be the master of everything, the only emperor, but to obtain that kind of power, I have to pay a price. I will become the only owner of your consciousness, thoughts, and even existence, and turn you ants into puppets. I will become the god of everything." Lu Li was completely confused by this turn of events. The little friend who was working together with him just a moment ago had suddenly become the villain who was peeking at the sealed power of the Qilin demon in his body. But he didn't have time to be confused. Fu Hongyan's sharp nails had already scratched his chest. Lu Li had no doubt that the next moment Fu Hongyan would stab her hand into his chest, cut him open, and cut him into pieces. After finding the original body of the Qilin demon, she would happily merge with the Qilin demon and then walk towards the peak of the demon path, pursuing infinite power and possessing everything. The thing in my body is very fierce, Lu Li said carefully. I think with your current strength, if you try to possess this power, most of yourself will be devoured. At that time, it won't be you who will possess it, but it will devour you. You're right, Fu Hongyan muttered. It's very hot. I can feel that the consciousness that is the same as mine, although it likes me and wants to merge with me, because of our nature, when we merge, we will definitely devour and possess each other. So hot. Fu Hongyan looked up and said, I need a safe and harmless package like you to carry it for me. But now I need to taste it. Fu Hongyan said with a smile, but Lu Li only felt a chill in his heart. He never knew that Fu Hongyan, who had always been a little narcissistic, had completely gone crazy and her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Under the resonance of the Kailin's demonic consciousness in his body, he could feel that Fu Hongyan's consciousness was becoming stronger by leaps and bounds. The two of them were resonating with each other and growing stronger together. When Fu Hongyan attacked just now, she had clearly just crossed the threshold of the 9-star divine gate. But now her aura had completely stabilized at the 9-star divine gate. If she continued to grow at this rate, there was no doubt that she would touch the 10-star divine gate in a very short time and break through the divine gate. Chapter 382. Little by little, the sharp nails pierced into Lu Li's body. However, under the control of Fu Hongyan, who was at the level of the Gate of Divinity and Gate of Divinity, martial arts, and dual cultivation, Lu Li was almost defenseless. A cross-shaped wound appeared on her chest, from which strange blood of 5 different colors, silver, red, golden, azure, and pure black, oozed out. Lu Li felt the Qilin demon in her body grow excited, its strength instantly increasing by several dozen times. If not for the Turkic Kagan's death replenishing the energy of the Heshabi's dragon vein, Lu Li had no doubt that she would have been swallowed whole by the Qilin demon in its current state. The blood, imbued with immense strength and a demonic heart, flowed like mercury through Lu Li's chest. Fu Hongyan wrapped it in her energy and held it in her hand. Lu Li's wound had already begun to heal, and the 5-colored blood in Fu Hongyan's hand was only a shallow puddle. As if stimulated by something, the 5-colored blood suddenly began to fuse together. Threads of scarlet, so bright that they were dazzling to the eye, slowly began to condense. As Lu Li watched in horror, the 5-colored blood turned scarlet and continued to rise until it was on the verge of flowing out of Fu Hongyan's hand. But Fu Hongyan raised her head and gulped it down. The fiery red blood flowed into Fu Hongyan's body like an inexhaustible spring. A terrifying aura like that of a primordial beast began to form in her body. Even Lu Li, who was closest to her, could sense Fu Hongyan's overflowing energy and will, exerting a knife-like pressure on him. Under Lu Li's incredulous gaze, Fu Hongyan's energy broke through 9 stars and ascended to a world that he could not understand. But he could see that the peerless beauty of the Hongyan sword intent had transformed into a Qilin demon. Stop! Lu Li heard a roar coming from behind Fu Hongyan. All the qi in the air seemed to be cut off. 2 old hands slapped at Fu Hongyan's hands from an unimaginable angle, which were swallowing the blood. It was not until then that Lu Li realized that the time around her had been frozen. Song Lu, Song Ji, Song Sherdao, Liu Enji, and the sailors and shipwrights were frozen. Lu Li wondered if it was Qilin or Fu Hongyan who had frozen the time here. No wonder Lu Li could not sense the existence of the others. Ning Daoqi, who came to his rescue, was easily suppressed by Fu Hongyan as if he were a doll. However, Fu Hongyan also made a slight mistake in controlling Lu Li. Lu Li tried her best to break free from Fu Hongyan's control. Although Fu Hongyan had wounded Ning Daoqi with ease, 3 drops of blood fell out of her hands. 1 fell into the middle of the river, The other fell on Song Sherdao, and the last one was caught by Fu Hongyan and turned into a brilliant ruby. At this moment, Lu Li had already dragged Ning Daoqi dozens of steps away from the ship. Seeing that Fu Hongyan was about to catch up with them, Ning Daoqi, who was carried on Lu Li's back, shouted, "Everyone help me for a moment!" The 1 second that hundreds of people around them lost was added to Lu Li's body. The magical power from time had triggered another powerful potential in Lu Li's body. In an instant, he saw countless timelines that would happen dozens of seconds later. There were scenes where Ning Daoqi was killed by Fu Hongyan, where he was captured, and where Fu Hongyan turned into the Kirin demon and killed everything. Among the countless possibilities, Lu Li found the one that they had escaped successfully and confirmed it. Then the Qilin's blood and the third eye in Lu Li's body formed a special power model. A temporary energy organ with the function of teleportation was formed after dozens of seconds. Then it wrapped Lu Li and Ning Daoqi, broke the space, and disappeared. Victorious fighting! Fu Hongyan shouted angrily. Ning Daoqi activated the power of victorious fighting martial spirit and escaped with my Lu Li. She grabbed her hair and said angrily, "Lu Li, you belong to me. One day, I will eat you and take back the power that belongs to me." Time began to pass again. Song Lu and others looked at Fu Hongyan, whose red clothes were fluttering even though there was no wind and whose pupils were like rubies. In their eyes, she appeared where Lu Li and Ning Daoqi were in an instant, while Lu Li and Ning Daoqi disappeared. They wanted to ask, but it was difficult for them to speak because of Fu Hongyan's power. Song Sherdao knelt on the ground in pain. His body was burning as if he had fallen into a fire. His face was hideous and painful. He screamed and rolled crazily on the ship. However, the people around him were paralyzed on the ground because of Fu Hongyan's power. Fu Hongyan stood at the prow of the ship and looked at the direction where Lu Li disappeared, revealing a cold smile. She indifferently looked at Song Sherdao, who was in pain on the ship. Meanwhile, the Yangtze River was tumbling. A carp splashed by the Qilin's blood turned into a 3-meter-long monster with a dragon's head and a carp's body, devouring aquatic creatures in the river. Fu Hongyan glanced at Li Yuanji, who was paralyzed on the ground. Suddenly, she waved her sleeve and threw him into the Yangtze River. Li Yuanji had just escaped from Fu Hongyan's terrifying power. He was so excited that he called for help to the troops of the Li clan by the riverside. However, he had just shouted twice when a hideous shadow appeared above his head. Hearing the frightened cries of the people of the Li clan on the riverside, Li Yuanji slowly looked up and saw a pair of cold golden eyes. Li Yuanji's whole body stiffened. Then, amidst the screams of the people of the Li clan, Li Yuanji's head sank into the darkness, and his body was dragged into the river. Seeing that Fu Hongyan fed Li Yuanji to the dragon carp, Song Lu and Song, she looked at her as if they were afraid of a demon. Fu Hongyan waved her sleeves, and the ship, which weighed tens of thousands of stones, suddenly turned around. The bow of the ship, supported by the river, rushed to the port. Fu Hongyan's red dress fluttered, and she rushed to the port with her head held high like an empress. Under the frightened eyes of countless water dragon gang members, the Li clan and other people in Jianghu, she walked down the ship step by step as if she was walking on the void. "Come out." Fu Hongyan said coldly, "I know you are not dead." Hazem hesitated for a moment and came out of the darkness. "The Turkic Khan is dead, and you control the King of Korea. Very fast." Fu Hongyan sneered, "And you, Stephen, did you enjoy it? I helped you get rid of the forces of the Turks, and at the same time, I helped you suppress those natives in the plot. I took the initiative in this Zhutong meeting for you. Was it all in your plan? Di Guangzhou? That guy Shen was just like that. In order to show that he is one level higher than us, he sent you to receive us. Just now you also stopped Hazem, in order to let me kill the Turks." Fu Hongyan laughed. "You see, All your plans have been realized by K2. Why are you still unhappy? Smile. Chapter 383. Why hasn't Shen Wu come yet? Fu Hongyan sneered. Does he expect us to wait for him? Di Guangzong's eyes flashed a trace of annoyance, and he said coldly, Shen Wu has calculated that after 8 hours the moon will rise, the river will fall to the lowest position, and the pile will be completely out of the water as big as a house. At that time, our 4 teams and the 4 forces will gather by the river, and the Water Dragon Gang will arrange a pontoon to send us to the pile. At that time he will naturally come. Who has the time to wait for him? 8 hours. My cooked duck has already flown far away. Set the time of the Chu Tang meeting to half an hour later. Those who are late don't need to participate. After saying this, Fu Hongyan walked to the river without looking back, without waiting for their response. Fu Hongyan. Di Guangzong was very angry with her arrogant behavior, and he held back his anger. At this time, the part of the pile that is out of the water is only the size of a cow and a horse. It can't even fit the 4 of us. Fu Hongyan didn't look back. She looked down at the river to the east. In the turbulent water, an inconspicuous line of water was getting bigger and bigger, and finally the waves on the shore rose by 30%. A low roar like that of a cow or a python came from the river, and the waves on the river became more rapid. In the splashing, the head of a giant beast like a unicorn or a dragon emerged from the middle of the river, bowing to Fu Hongyan and roaring. Di Guangzong Hazam and the others recognized the strange beast as the dragon carp that had just appeared. However, in just a short while, the appearance of this fierce beast had changed a lot, and the pressure on its body had become fiercer and more terrifying. Its head had some of the characteristics of a qilin, but it still retained some traces of an aquatic species. It looked like a mutated dragon. The back half of its body was submerged in the water, but only by the shadow flashing in the water from time to time, and the scales and claws occasionally exposed from the water. It could be seen that its body was not like a dragon or a snake, but more like a relatively short and thick fish. Its cat-like golden vertical pupils stared coldly at everyone on the shore, and only when it saw Fu Hongyan would it show a friendly expression. The strange beast moved its huge body, and the ordinary people on the shore were so frightened that they retreated away from the river. It floated on the river in front of Fu Hongyan, half of its body sticking out of the water. Its head, which was the size of a truck, moved closer to Fu Hongyan and let out excited snorts. Fu Hongyan reached out her hand and gently scratched its shiny scales. Her nails were infused with the true qi of the blood Kirin, and she scratched the new scales. The strong life force and the evil nature of the beast made the giant beast squint its eyes. Di Guangzong's face turned solemn. He felt threatened by the giant beast. It meant that this exotic beast, which had been born less than an hour ago, could threaten the life of an 8-star top master like him. And this was only a drop of Lu Li's blood, which had been born in such a short time. How powerful was Fu Hongyan, who had obtained most of Lu Li's blood? How did Fu Hongyan know that Lu Li's blood could make her so powerful? Stephen was trembling in fear at the side. Di Guangzong asked in a low voice, Stephen, you're the leader of a team. Do you have to be so scared? She's discovered me. Stephen was drenched in sweat from fear. He said with a trembling voice, I don't know what happened, but my bloodline just had an extreme desire for that beast. It was about to make a move, but it was immediately targeted by another terrifying thing. I'm like a mouse exposed to the eyes of a venomous snake. I can't resist the fear that comes from my genetic instinct. Di Guangzong's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt after listening to Stephen's intermittent reply. He silently released his true qi, and the strands of heterogeneous true qi hid in the body of the Li clan soldier beside him. The Li clan general, who was intimidated by the innate pressure of a high-level creature, suddenly felt his body warm up, and the true qi all over his body became lively. He pulled out his combat knife with all his might and shouted at the soldier beside him, His Highness has been killed. We're all sentenced to death. Waiting for death is death, and avenging His Highness is also death. Do you want to implicate your wives and children? Follow me and kill the beast that harmed His Highness. Kill. The eyes of the Li clan soldiers were bloodshot, and they became strangely excited. A group of elite knights formed a battle formation and charged toward the beast. The beast that was happily being tickled by Fu Hongyan suddenly opened its eyes and stood up with its body tensed. Its golden pupils stared at the tiny human charging toward it and revealed its fangs in a show of force. It looked as though it was smiling sinisterly. Then, with the speed of lightning, the mutated beast rushed out of the water along with the torrent of the Yangtze River. The mighty turbid current swept everything in its path as the mutated beast attacked. The army of 100, or so people, were swept into the water like chickens. The giant beast rolled about in the water and killed all the enemies within 2 breaths. Seeing the beast's excited expression, Fu Hongyan smiled and waved her right hand at it. The beast let out a low groan and retreated from the shore with the torrent. Immediately afterward, the surface of the Tsutong River dropped rapidly as though a large amount of water had been sucked out, revealing the pile of rocks at the center of the river. The beast entrenched near the pile of rocks made the water flow even more chaotic. Fu Hongyan chuckled softly. The beast lowered its head at her feet and brought her to the center of the river. Facing the countless shivering people on the shore, her voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. This meeting doesn't need so many useless people. The weak don't have the right to decide their own fate. Only those who can reach the rocks can compete with me. Her vivid eyes swept across the faces of Di, Guangzong, Stephen, and the others. Forces that can't even reach the rocks have no value in existence. The Song clan, the Li clan, Korea, the Merciful Boathouse, and that Garuda controlled by the Buddhist sect. I've already locked onto the auras of all the forces and individuals involved in this matter, and I've already locked onto the auras of 306,749 people near the Tsutong River. Those who haven't reached the rocks must either obey the Alliance Master's orders, or I'll kill them myself. I'll be waiting for you on top of the rock. Fu Hongyan's red dress turned, and she stepped on top of the rock. You only have 1 hour. After 1 hour, the Tsutong River will be flooded, and I'll start killing people. This will add a touch of color to the Tsutong River meeting. Fu Hongyan stood on the rocks with her hands behind her back, looking at the panic on the shore indifferently. Her eyes were always locked on Di Guangzong and the others, as if inviting them with her eyes. Di Guangzong pondered for a moment, hesitating and hesitating. Finally, he left, not daring to set foot on the rocks. Fu Hongyan smiled and said in a voice that only she could hear, "I've given you a chance, but you didn't take it." The so-called meeting of the Tsutong River and the alliance of the 4 teams is just a joke to face the primordial demon. It's better to let me eat you to nourish my body. Chapter 384. Feeling the desire that sprouted from the depths of her body, the thirst for blood, life, and genetic materials, Fu Hongyan stared at the other side of the reef in a daze. In the eyes of the ants on both sides, she was looking at the surface of the river, but only Fu Hongyan could see a figure standing there, giving her a terrifying pressure. Chun Ong stood opposite Fu Hongyan, smiling at her. "I've seen you before." Fu Hongyan frowned. "I took in a few surviving members of the universe team. That day, when they gathered together, a blade was slashed out from the void, wanting to kill them all. I clashed with that saber intent and saw you." Fu Hongyan sighed. "You are also in Demon Qilin's memories. Unfortunately, I only got a part of it, and the inherited memories are too incomplete. But judging from the power in my body's fear of you, you should be the primordial demon that created it, the terrifying existence that it fears and desires to devour." "Yes," Chin Ong admitted readily. He smiled. "I sensed that there was something wrong with my test subject, so I used the trace I left in your consciousness last time to project myself to see you." "Interesting test subject." using the impression that the blade left in me last time to project an illusion that is no different from the real person in my consciousness. That idiot Shen Wu. The information he gave us was ridiculously poor. You are clearly far more powerful than a 10-star demon, but he told us that your Highness Sky Demon is a 10-star demon. Since your Highness Sky Demon can chat with me in my consciousness, it should be easy for you to stab me again, Fu Hongyan said calmly. My life is just something in the palm of your Highness Sky Demon, and those guys from Shenwu are just clowns in your Highness Sky Demon's eyes. At this time, Fu Hongyan laughed and said, Then what does your Highness Heavenly Demon want from us clowns? Of course, it's the existence behind you. I remember you call it God Space, Chinong answered honestly. God Space? Ha ha ha. Fu Hongyan suddenly smiled very brightly. She squinted her eyes and said, I knew that your Highness, Demonic Highness, would be interested in it. So now that the Lord God did not kill me in the first place, is it also because of your Highness? Chinong smiled faintly. Apart from the secrets of God Space, what else do you have that is worth my attention? Fu Hongyan's pupil shrank when she saw that Chinong did not deny that he had the ability to shield himself from the senses of the Overgod. She did not show it on the surface, but her heart was trembling with excitement. There were countless experts in the multiverse controlled by the Overgod Space. 10-star god fiends were everywhere, and even 11-star Tao-breaking experts were not lacking. But, as far as Fu Hongyan knew, the only expert who could interfere with the authority of the Overgod Space was Chenong. Different from Lu Li's vigilance and collapse after learning the truth, Fu Hongyan's endless desire for power made it difficult for her to suppress the inner turmoil in Chenong. Then what can I do for His Highness the Heavenly Demon? Frankly speaking, what kind of value do I have? Fu Hongyan's eyes were clear. She was not controlled by the obsession of pursuing power. In other words, her personality was built around this obsession. She had already turned this obsession into her own nature and heart. Because of some mechanism, the Lord God is guarding against people like me entering its core structure. I am now trying to bypass its defense mechanism, but the process is not going well. If you view God as an egg, I'm now outside the eggshell, and the so-called samsara team is just a secondary mechanism outside the core of the eggshell. If you want to capture its core, the best way is, of course, you, the most active samsara travelers in the system. Reincarnators are like bacteria in the human body. They are parasitic in the Lord God Space, but they are not completely controlled by it. So naturally, it is the best way to erode and devour it. At first, I wanted to enter the mechanism of the reincarnators myself to find the secret of the core of the Lord God Space. But soon I found that it was wary of an existence like me. I could only give up most of my strength and wisdom, pretend to be a normal reincarnator, and sneak in. But this Lord God... Chin-Ong showed a strange expression. Fu Hongyan could not understand such an expression appearing on him. He shook his head and said, This Lord God is too careless. It actually used the method of cloning and replacing to arrange for you reincarnators to carry out tasks. That is to say, you're not the ones in your memory. You are replicas remade by the Lord God with His own materials and transplanted memories and information. This has been repeated countless times. I have never seen such a shameless Lord God. Fu Hongyan laughed and said, So your Highness Celestial Demon's method of sneaking impersonally encountered difficulties. Yes, I have many ways to hide my existence and pretend to be an ordinary person. But why do I have to suffer such humiliation? Chinong asked as he looked at Fu Hongyan. Fu Hongyan nodded and said, So your Highness needs us. So I need you. The virus will be attached to you and sneak into the space with you. Because your value is too low now, in order to prevent the Lord God from replacing you with replicas, I created the Qilin Demon and the Tree of God to help you enter the 10 stars and transform your soul into something more valuable to the Lord God. It is also an existence that cannot be replicated. This bypasses its first layer firewall. Of course, there are more defense programs behind it, but as long as it is not as shameless as the first defense, I can crack it. The sole information of a 10-star divine demon is special. For the Lord God, it cannot completely crack it, nor can it be replicated. Such reincarnators have a little bit of value, whether it is for me or for the Lord God. My appearance should be beyond the expectations of your Highness, celestial demon. If I am not wrong, the Qilin demon should be prepared for Luli. My appearance is just an accident, but when I show the qualified value of the Lord God's virus, I stand out from the cannon fodder of your Highness, celestial demon, and become a glorious pawn. Fu Hongyan's expression was very calm, not at all like Lu Li, who had a breakdown after hearing the news for the first time. She was calm about the fact that she was a clone, and it could even be said that she had adapted well. Even Chen Ong was very satisfied with her performance. The selfish personality and the core of the will are really perfect in shaping the self. Is it because you are extremely narcissistic and selfish that you understand your own self better? This kind of state of only me not only makes you strong and unmoved by external things, but it also makes you greedy enough, possessing a strong desire for progress and madness. You are right. The original candidate was indeed Lu Li, but since you are more suitable, it is okay to give you a chance. Remember, in this world, there are only 3 chances to become my pawns and get rid of the cannon fodder: God, Demon, Buddha. Among them, only the Qilin demon fits your heart and can retain most of your consciousness and personality. At the same time, you have to bring enough pressure to Lu Li. I also hope that the other 2 seeds can successfully germinate. Chapter 385. Do you have an appetite for Stephen? Chen Ong and Fu Hongyan stood side by side. Of course, in other people's eyes, they could only see Fu Hongyan standing alone on the pile of rocks. You have a good eye. He is a true ancestor, representing the supreme path of the blood clan. He is qualified to be the prey of the blood Qilin. The core of the blood Qilin battle body comes from both the blood clan and the Qilin. That guy is a great tonic. Chen Ong stared at Stephen with interest, which made Stephen, who was secretly watching from the shore, feel a little nervous. Fu Hongyan said with a strange expression, "Your Highness, primeval heavenly demon, are you sure you want to help me evolve into a complete Qilin demon?" "Of course." Chen Ong smiled and said, "Do you think I would lie to you? This strand of my consciousness shall be your golden thigh for the time being. With the help of an old grandpa like me, who has destroyed the multiverse multiple times and destroyed countless worlds in innumerable timelines, you would definitely be able to tread the path of the demoness with a steady foothold. Then, your Highness, heavenly demon." Fu Hongyan smiled reluctantly. "What can you do for me? The path of pursuing power has to be walked by oneself. Since I have already arranged a path like the Qilin demon, you just have to follow it. As for power, I can't give you too many pointers, unless you want to practice and cultivate yourself into a primeval heavenly demon. When other people become immortals or devils, at most, their consciousness will degenerate. If you become a primordial devil, my main body will definitely erase all your existence, and you will completely become him. So, in order to prevent a primeval heavenly demon from walking out from the depths of your consciousness, you better not visualize and imitate me." Fu Hongyan heard this and raised her eyebrows, like Yang Guang. "Great celestial demon Yang Guang, I was resurrected from a sea of consciousness." Chen Ong cackled. "A mere street punk dares to try and peek at my power." Fu Hongyan was speechless and had to interrupt him. "Then what can I rely on, your Highness?" "I'll help you concoct a recipe. Choose the right ingredients and use the right method to eat them. Your greatest resource is these cannon fodder. They more or less have all kinds of special bloodlines, and Demon Qilin is one of the most advanced creations of biochemical science. It has a profound concept, and perhaps its current level of power isn't high enough. but the path it follows is one of the most advanced techniques of the demonic path, and its future is limitless. Chen Ong laughed and said, "If you want to pursue this path, the best way is not to cultivate in seclusion, not to comprehend and research, but to devour and possess everything in the world. Therefore, the recipe is very important to you. My help will lead you to the core of your path. Cannibalism, cultivation." Fu Hongyan said with mixed feelings, "I can't believe such a good thing. Look at this true ancestor. It is full of blood and energy, and both its soul and body are very plump. It can be said that its meat is at its best. If I were to do research, I would certainly dissect it bit by bit, delve into the most subtle and basic parts, and build and perfect its life information system from scratch. I would summarize it from genes, information, energy, soul, and even metaphysics and cosmology, and integrate it into my enormous knowledge system. But you don't need it at all. You just need to devour it in the most efficient way. Although the Qilin blood in your body is shallow, and the resources you plundered from Lu Li are still too little, the hereditary information of the Qilin demon is complete. For such an existence, even the most insignificant bit has the ability to carry all of its information, so it is immortal and indestructible. Now all you need to do is plunder the information of other bloodlines to supplement your own foundation. In this regard, I have specially selected a dozen targets from those samsara travelers who have very valuable bloodlines. Eat them, and you will be invincible in the world. At least in this world, except for me, you only need to be wary of the divine tree that has united the will of countless experts and come with the momentum of the dragon bloodline. The power of the victorious fighting martial spirit, which represents Buddha, has been shared by Lu Li and the Qilin demon. It won't cause you any trouble. As time went by, no one dared to set foot on the jadeite pile. Even the other 3 teams were watching quietly on the riverbank. Fu Hongyan, who was a little impatient before, became much gentler after knowing their value. She looked at those people on the riverbank, not so coldly anymore. On the contrary, there was a trace of joy in her eyes, like an old farmer looking at a pig during the new year. Looking at the gradually setting sun, Fu Hongyan calculated the time in her heart. She said to herself, 9 more minutes to make a move on them. I really want to devour them, plunder their power, and make myself stronger. On the other side, Lu Li and Ning Daoqi suddenly appeared from the void and fell into the dust under their feet. Ning Daoqi spat out blood crazily, as if he didn't care about money, while Lu Li was very confused and didn't know what to do. Ning Daoqi suppressed his own injury and said, "The most important thing now is to not let you fall into the hands of that woman. I am a useless person now. Even if I am in my heyday, I can't even take 3 moves from her. Brother, the thing in your body is too terrible. The primeval devil has caused chaos in the world. How innocent are the people in the world." Ning Daoqi's breath was weak, but after a while he used some unknown method to suddenly become excited. His face was abnormally bright red. He grabbed Lu Li's hand and said sincerely, "Don't worry about me. Ning Daoqi is useless. He can't protect all living beings under such a demonic might. But I will do everything I can for all living beings in the world. My young friend Lu, you are carrying a heavy burden in this calamity. The lives of millions of people are sometimes in your hands. I only beg you, when you make that kind of decision, think about them. Think about the people in the world." Ning Daoqi panted for a while, and the blood Qilin genuine qi that Fu Hongyan sent into his body suddenly reacted. In an instant his face turned black, but he still struggled to put the jade pendant into Lu Li's hand, and said in a weak voice, "Go to Mount Dida and give my token to House Master Fan Qinghui. Tell her about the demon Qilin, and ask her to unite the righteous." At the end of his words, Ning Daoqi's face showed a trace of death. The blood Qilin genuine qi had almost cut off all his life force. Lu Li was very anxious. He put his palm on Ning Daoqi's wound and wanted to absorb the blood Qilin genuine qi to heal him. Ning Daoqi used the last bit of his strength to say to him, "You can't. My friend Lu, the Qilin devil in your body is growing faster than we expected. If you stimulate it now, I'm afraid you can't last until it is time to kill the devil. I have already used the secret method of Taoism to stimulate my life force. I will die in 3 breaths. Even divine fairy Dara can't save me. Don't take this risk." Lu Li's eyes were filled with tears, and she nodded emotionally. As the two of them looked at each other, 3 breaths passed quietly. Lu Li was so sad that she wanted to close Ning Daoqi's eyes. She cried bitterly, "Brother Ning." Ning Daoqi panted and said, "I was wrong. I still have a little bit of life force. I'm afraid I can hold on for 3 quarters. Another 3 quarters passed. Lu Li looked at Ning Daoqi with his eyes wide open. Ning Daoqi touched his chest. Although he was still dying, he could turn around and get up. "Wait, maybe there is something wrong with me, but my heart meridians, and blood vessels are all shattered. There is no way to save me. This is just the last radiance of the setting sun. Maybe the woman's genuine qi is special." Ning Daoqi said blankly. Another 45 minutes passed. Lu Li carried Ning Daoqi down the mountain. As she walked, she said, "Dao brother, you've kept your breath for a long time." He said with a dark face, "But why do I suddenly feel that my 1 minute is only 59 seconds? Chapter 386. Lu Li realized that Ning Daoqi's condition was even better than before he was injured. Although he had confirmed Ning Daoqi's condition and he was only 1 step away from death, it seemed that Ning Daoqi was getting more and more energetic and his breath was getting stronger. He did not look like a person who was about to die. Ning Daoqi could walk on his own on the official road. Looking at his increasingly ethereal breath, Lu Li could not help but wonder if Ning Daoqi's substitutability was so strange that he could only use it when he was on the verge of death. "Brother Ning," Lu Li called out to him, "do you feel better?" Ning Daoqi shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I don't know what sin I have. Although my body is like a leaking gunny sack, my spirit is getting better and better. My martial arts have broken through a barrier that has been bothering me for a long time. My vital qi is unprecedentedly lively. Although my meridians are broken, my vital qi has broken free from the restraint of my body and I can use it more freely. I have lived for half of my life and I still can't understand such a strange thing." The old man smiled bitterly as he said. Lu Li's expression was numb. He took a deep breath and said, "Brother, can you return the time that was taken away from me? Every once in a while, I disappear from this world for a second. It's very inconvenient when I'm on the run." Hearing this, Ning Daoqi's expression became even more bitter. "My friend, please forgive me. I really don't know how to stop." Lu Li sighed and looked at the clear direction. He said seriously, "Brother, it's difficult to stop the Qilin demon in my body from breaking out of the seal with just the 2 of us. We have to cooperate with the righteous people in the world. Now that Dita Peak is far away in the north and the 4 holy monks are gathered in the center of Sichuan, right next to Tsiutong, I'm afraid we won't have enough time to contact both sides. Since you will be fine for the time being, why don't we split up? I will bring your token to House Master Fan, and I will trouble you to contact the 4 holy monks in Sichuan." Ning Daoqi stopped the suggestion and pondered for a long time. On the one hand, he was really worried about the disaster in Lu Li's body, but on the other hand, what Lu Li said made a lot of sense. Soon, they arrived at the critical junction where they would part ways. At this time, Ning Daoqi's footsteps became hesitant. Lu Li looked back at him in surprise, only to see that Ning Daoqi's eyes were filled with surprise. "Fellow Taoist Ning?" Lu Li gently called out to him. Genius Ning Dao came back to his senses. He stepped forward and said, "Young friend Lu, fellow Taoist." It was Ning Daoqi's voice. Ning Daoqi could clearly hear a very familiar voice coming from behind him. It was the same voice as his. He saw Lu Li looking at him and behind him with an extremely shocked expression. Only then did Ning Daoqi turn his head around in realization, only to see a copy of himself behind him looking at him in surprise. Taoist, do you have any twin brothers? Lu Li's voice floated as if she was in a dream. Both Ning Daoqi shook their heads blankly. Ning Daoqi felt that the things that happened during this period of time had completely overturned his view of the world, but none of them gave him such a big impact at this moment. Inexplicably, he knew that this was him. The two Ning Daoqi belonged to the same person. The three people who were shocked to the point that they were in a trance for a while before they understood why this happened. Lu Li was a little confused. She said to Ning Daoqi, "Fellow Taoist Ning, all these things are because of your strange substitute. How can there be such a strange substitutability in this world?" He shook his head with a responsible expression. "What is a substitute? Are you referring to my Yin spirit that appeared out of nowhere?" Ning Daoqi was confused. Yin spirit? Lu Li was surprised for a moment. Then she nodded and said, "You are right to think that way. Fellow Taoist Ning, have you ever been hurt by a stone arrow?" Seeing Ning Daoqi's expression of realization, Lu Li nodded and said, "That's right. That stone arrow has a special ability. It can awaken our hidden ability. It can float behind us in the form of a ghost-like shadow. These abilities are mysterious and strange. There is no lack of special magical abilities." Lu Li pointed at him and said, "For example, fellow Taoist, your substitute can solidify the concept of time. Every once in a while, a person will disappear for a moment, and that moment of disappearance will be occupied by fellow Taoist. Currently, the time occupied by fellow Taoist has two functions. One is to turn it into your own. In the same period of time, fellow Taoist will not die and will always exist. The other function..." Lu Li pointed at the two Ning Daoqi and said, "Just like now, you can split yourself from other times. Because it is the time that fellow Taoist has stolen. This self will not occupy fellow Taoist time and can exist forever. It is equivalent to another Taoist." Because there were some concepts that Ning Daoqi in the world of Tang was not clear about, so Lu Li's explanation was a little vague, but Ning Daoqi still understood most of what she said. In Ning Daoqi's substitutability, time is a kind of material power. He can steal other people's time to use, so he can hang on for a breath without dying. He can also use this time in multiple threads, so he can split himself from other timelines. Lu Li explained and sighed. Fellow Taoist Ning's ability is really too heaven-defying. Each person can provide you with 1/60th of your time, as long as the connection between you and these 60 people is not broken. Fellow Taoist will not die. And with another 60 people, fellow Taoist can occupy 2 portions of time and split into a completely identical self. Ning Daoqi was not happy but frowned and asked, "If so, if I can live, then won't I be stealing the lives of 60 people? Then won't I be stealing the time of 120 people?" Although Lu Li did not laugh at his pedantry, she did not agree with his view. She asked, "What if we let the Qilin demon or the divine tree destroy this world? What is the meaning of the time and life of the people in this world?" Yes, we have to think of the big picture. Ning Daoqi was not a pretentious person, so he quickly abandoned his moral shackles, and with a shake of his body, 3 Ning Daoqis appeared. One of them cupped his fists and said to Lu Li, "Now we don't have to worry about no one helping us. I will follow you to Dita Peak, and the others will visit the Pillars of the Righteous, hoping that we can gather the strength of the world to quell the primeval demon." The few of them then went their separate ways, and Lu Li also felt that his actions were in harmony with the surroundings, not missing a second for every move. Chapter 387. It was getting darker and darker, and there was a trace of moonlight on the horizon. The deadline given by Fu Hongyan was getting closer and closer. The people of the Li family and the Song family had already arrived at the shore, and even the so-called King Garuda had come nearby secretly. However, there was no trace of the Buddhists behind him. It seemed that these monks had made up their minds to hide behind them. Fu Hongyan didn't pay attention to them. They would only know what they had lost when the general situation of the meeting of Chu Tang was settled. Gao Li was nowhere to be seen, and no one knew what the truth team behind them was thinking. In this way, there were already 3 major forces and 4 samsara teams scheduled to board the rock pile. However, the time of the meeting of Chu Tang was very close. Hazem, what the hell are you doing? Stephen asked in confusion. This meeting of Chu Tang was supposed to be a negotiation for us to work together to resist the mysterious expert behind the Wind Chasers. However, it's obvious that this intention has completely failed. Hazem sneered. There's no trust among us. The Xinwu wants to trick us, and Fu Hongyan has already revealed her ambition. Then why should I play with them? Hazem asked back. Why should I abide by a game rule that is disadvantageous to me? Stephen shrugged indifferently. Anyway, my chips don't belong to me. That pig is completely controlled by the Buddhists. I don't want to fall out with the Buddhists for the time being. So, you. On the other hand, you withdrew your chips in advance. Aren't you afraid of the banker? He signaled Di Guangzong with his eyes. Hazem sneered in a low voice. Fu Hongyan has made a big scene, and they can't wait to rope me in. Why would they fall out with me? While they were speaking, there was another commotion on the shore. A group of Li Clan experts pushed out a 5-fong ironwood airship from upstream. Its dark hull braved the wind and waves as it cleaved through the rapids at its bow. It sailed steadily through the turbulent river. The Li Clan experts and a veteran member of the Divine Martial Corps on the ship headed toward the verdant rock pile in a probing manner. The turbulent currents and the jagged reefs that looked like blades couldn't stop this huge ship. Stephen clearly saw a submerged reef that looked like a triangular blade sticking out of the water and hitting the huge ironwood ship. The reefs that had been polished by the river water for thousands of years were crushed into pieces, but the huge ironwood ship didn't even have a scratch on it. Just as they were about to get close to the pile of rocks, a long chant came from the bottom of the ship. A huge head with sharp edges popped out of the water and crushed the head of the veteran of the Xinwu team with one claw. With a huge wave, it easily flipped over the ironwood ship like a straw. Kacha! Di Guangzong, who was standing on the shore, forcefully crushed the railing. Under the gloating eyes of Stephen and Hazem, the vice-captain of the Xinwu team pulled out the Constellation Demon's sword and held a strange-looking long blade in his other hand. The handle of the blade seemed to extend from his spine to the translucent blade. Tiger Soul! Stephen and Hazem exclaimed at the same time. The characteristics of this divine weapon were so obvious that they naturally recognized it. They had never heard that the vice-captain of the Xinwu team could use a blade, let alone a powerful divine weapon like Tiger Soul. Stephen shouted angrily, "Damn it, we were all fooled by this bastard Di Guangzong." He said that he would specialize in the sword art of evil monarch Xiantian, but the core martial arts techniques like the 3 blades, 3 swords, and 3 divine skills must be cultivated in both blades and swords. How could Di Guangzong not choose this path? I was also fooled by him. The blade energy of Tiger Soul pierced through the dark clouds that lingered in the center of Chuan all year round, making the rising moon shine on the surface of the river. Di Guangzong's messy hair danced in the wind as he shouted at Fu Hongyan, who was on the pile of rocks. "Fu Hongyan, how dare you kill a member of the Xinwu team?" The moonlight shone on her red dress, making it look bloody. Fu Hongyan turned her head indifferently in the midst of Di Guangzong's roar. She glanced at Chinong, who was looking at Tiger Soul with interest, and said calmly, "It seems that the Xinwu team has decided not to come out. I wonder if he will continue to hide in the back after I beat up his vice-captain like a dog? That guy is a madman who only cultivates martial arts." Fu Hongyan pressed her index finger on the corner of her mouth and smiled at Chinong. "It seems to be not very nutritious." "That blade of his is very chewy." The blade was transformed from the remains of a strange creature. It is violent and cruel and contains all of its evolution and bestial will. Eating it can stimulate the demonic nature of the Qilin demon in your body and strengthen your foundation. The spine of the blade is the remains of a mutated tiger, and you can extract the bloodline of the mutated tiger to strengthen the characteristics of the Qilin demon. After all, the relationship between the white tiger and the Qilin demon has a long history. Chen Ong commented one by one, and that sword, it is very demonic. It seems to be left behind by my own race, but it is too weak, too weak. It has been chopped into 8 pieces, but it can also be fed to the Qilin demon. Hearing him say this, Fu Hongyan rolled her eyes without any respect and thought to herself, "You don't seem to be that great. At least he scared the gods and demons of the world, but you only have Nuwa on your side. Speaking of which, isn't the Star Tribulation just the remains of the Ancestor Sky Demon? Ancestor Sky Demon? What is the relationship between it and the primordial Sky Demon?" While the two were commenting, Di Guangzong had already made his move. Tiger soul soared high, and the blade aura cut through the sky like a meteor falling to the ground. The endless battle intent that was inherited from the fierce god Qiyu exploded in Di Guangzong's chest. This violent will that could subdue everything seemed to have touched the demonic nature of Fu Hongyan and the demon in her body. The fiercest will from another world had completely stimulated the demonic nature of Fu Hongyan, the most evil existence. As soon as he made his move, he used Qiyou's fiercest and most evil unique skill, the devouring heaven and destroying Earth's 7 limits. It was like the movement of the Earth's crust in the ancient times, which set off a monstrous tsunami with the will to subdue the heaven and earth, and set off endless turbid waves on the Yangtze River. The endless flow of the river was cut off by this blade, and the dry bottom of the Yangtze River that was hundreds of meters wide was exposed. This was the power of the devouring heaven and destroying Earth's 7 limits. In the blink of an eye, Di Guangzong had become the incarnation of the great god Qiyu, controlling the terrible power of natural disaster that could destroy the world. Facing such a terrible power, Fu Hongyan not only had no fear or distractions, but her eyes were filled with unprecedented spirit, and the demonic nature in her body was instantly active to a terrible level. The real terrible power of the Qilin demon was awakening. Of course, this was not because of the threat of Di Guangzong, but the stimulation of the power and will of the fierce god Qiyu behind the devouring heaven and destroying Earth's 7 limits. This was a battle between the fiercest god in another world and the most evil demon in this world. Even though they were separated by endless time and space, the two evilest wills still had to fight to the death. Di Guangzong felt that the tiger soul in his hand was cooperating with him like never before. The power of the devouring heaven and destroying Earth's 7 limits, which was difficult to control in the past, was incomparably compatible with him today. He suddenly felt that a god was born in his bladesmanship, controlling this terrible power. This was not him controlling the bladesmanship, but the terrible bladesmanship controlling him. It was the ancient fierce god Qiyu, who used his body to fight with his destined opponent across time and space. To be continued. Chapter 388. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. The internet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Do you feel it? Chen Ong smiled and said to Fu Hongyan, whose consciousness was on the verge of waking up and fainting, "This is the power of the 7 limits of devouring heaven and destroying earth. And this is the power of the demon Qiyu. You should be able to feel the flame in your chest. That is the instinct of the demon Qilin, the burning power that is about to melt and the consciousness that is about to collapse. Either you control it with your supreme will, or you will be devoured by it. Walking on this path, you have no second choice." Fu Hongyan heard Chen Ang's voice in her fainting consciousness. She knew that Chen Ong was just a shadow in her consciousness. This seemingly long reminder was actually just a wave in her consciousness. For the outside world, it was just a millionth of a second. But if she couldn't wake up soon and control this terrible instinct, She would be devoured by her extremely selfish and egoistic inner self in the next moment. This is the feeling I enjoy. Fu Hongyan looked up to the sky and laughed. Only at this moment, when I am on the edge of life and death, existence and extinction, can I be so deeply aware of the existence of self, and can I so deeply touch the barrier in my heart, the barrier between self and non-self. Fu Hongyan gently reached out her left hand and touched the air in front of her as if she was touching a thin film that could be broken with one touch. Facing Chiyo's earth-shattering slash that split the Yangtze River with the power of natural disasters, she actually reached out her left hand and calmly blocked the attack as if it were a giant bubble, as if she were holding a giant bubble in her hand. Full of contempt, pride, and disdain, she calmly reached out and blocked the attack. Everyone watching this battle could feel the fierce saber energy that cut through the Yangtze River. With the terrible power that could split the sea and shatter the ground, it met Fu Hongyan's slim hand. The fragile palm that couldn't resist the power of the 7 limits of devouring heaven and destroying earth seemed to be an extremely uncoordinated picture. The golden tiger's soul saber and the fair fingers, the fiendish, furious, and brutal attack, and Fu Hongyan's careless finger, no matter how ridiculous and dramatic the comparison was, could not be more conflicting than this. But it was this casual and indifferent finger that separated the jadeite pile where Fu Hongyan was in from the outside world. The broadsword chi that cut the Yangtze River burst like a bubble at Fu Hongyan's fingertip. The doomsday scene of the whole Tsutong Gorge being cut open seemed to be pierced by Fu Hongyan's finger like an illusion. The peerless saber technique that could engulf the heavens and destroy the earth was blocked by the thin membrane on Fu Hongyan's fingertip. Impossible. Di Guangzong's tiger soul-killing intent entered his body, and his eyes turned completely white. His messy hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked at Fu Hongyan in disbelief. He roared at the sky. Chiyu is possessed by the Chiyu god. Even if you are a 10-star divine demon, you can't. But you can. The onlookers on the shore were also shocked. Even when Di Guangzong's attack broke the void and caused Chiyu to possess him, they were not as shocked as this moment. Hazem was completely dumbfounded. The people of the Li clan and the Song clan were also shocked by this scene that looked like a battle between gods and demons. The last bit of arrogance in their hearts as noble families was brutally crushed. At this moment, everyone on the shore was as helpless as a child. Stephen murmured, "Barrier of the heart." His body trembled slightly, and he said in a firm but incredulous tone, "This is the ultimate defensive stance of the apostles of the gospel of the new era. It is the great power of the barrier of the heart forged by me. The at stance in the God space is strengthened." Hazem beside him said in an incoherent tone, "This is the at stance? Huh. Why don't you say it's the absolute defense or the invincibility of the paladin? A mere 10,000 point at stance can destroy the heavens and destroy the 7 limits of the saber technique that is at least a 10-star divine demon?" At this moment, Chen Ang's voice rang in Fu Hongyan's ears. "Not bad. You can finally control the insignificant power of the Qilin demon. You did even better than I expected. Remember, the only thing that can limit the power of the Qilin demon is your heart and imagination. The bigger your heart is, the bigger the world that the Qilin demon can occupy. If your heart can devour the world and contain the universe, then the power of the Qilin demon can also destroy the world and control the universe. Got it?" Fu Hongyan said confidently. Her figure in the red dress once again became the center of the world in everyone's eyes. Under her dress, Fu Hongyan stepped on the rough and sharp rocks with her bare feet. She slowly walked to the front of Di Guangzong. At this moment, she looked more and more like a person. She was as seductive as a demon and as mysterious as a god, even though she had the same appearance and characteristics as them. The people on the shore could no longer associate the current Fu Hongyan with the identity of a human. Di Guangzong struggled out of the emotions of failure. The tiger soul in his hand roared again, and the ferocious martial arts' true meaning from the great god Qiyu grew stronger. Di Guangzong tried to balance the sword and saber, using the 3 saber, 3 sword, and 3 divine skills of his master, the Xiantian evil emperor. But how could the tiger's soul submit to a mere human? It even dared to rebel against its creator, Qiyu, let alone an ant like Di Guangzong. The ferocious 7-limit saber intent once again dominated Di Guangzong's body. He still wanted to struggle, but Fu Hongyan sneered. "Stop struggling. You have never been my opponent. Ever since I became a 10-star divine demon, I have never taken you seriously. Stop struggling and drag the tiger's soul down. Give your body to it. I want to fight to my heart's content." How can you? Team Hongyan has never experienced the story of the new era's Evangelion. How can you have such a powerful stance? There is no way a main god's enhancement has this kind of potential. Di Guangzong tried his best to control his body and asked this last question. "I never had any stance." Fu Hongyan sneered and shook her head. "Di Guangzong, you don't understand what a 10-star divine demon is." Fu Hongyan looked at Di Guangzong's eyes calmly and heard him sigh. "I see. What you took from Lu Li's body is a 10-star divine demon that fits your nature. Your heart is absolute selfishness and possessive selfishness. This is an existence that completely deviates from the human's plan. It emphasizes on selfishness, and the barrier in your heart is extremely strong. You are no longer a human. In most worlds, you are a divine demon, but in the Evangelion's world, you are an apostle. That is the only way you can have such a powerful stance." After deducing this important piece of information, Di Guangzong used an unknown method to spread the news. He smiled and said, "We won. Knowing this secret, Shen Wu will definitely win. He will replace me and stand in front of you again. At that time, you will truly face the terrifying Shen Wu." Chapter 389. Facing Di Guangzong's last effort and psychological attack, Fu Hongyan revealed a playful smile. She shook her head and sighed. "You can't understand our level at all. The information you risked your life to get is just like our faces. It's the symbol of every god and devil. This is our great wish. We don't need to hide our true nature, and we can't hide it. What you should really bring back is the information about the primordial demon. I've already become a chess piece. If you don't seize the opportunity, you'll become the cannon fodder for the primordial demon, the lord of all demons." Fu Hongyan turned her body sideways to face Di Guangzong, who was controlled by Tiger Soul. She slowly took off the silver crown and red rope, letting it dance in the night wind. Her red dress became brighter and brighter. The blood qilin, true qi, attached to the red dress like a life form, and it flowed in the direction of the wind. This strange existence that was between blood, a strange life form, and true qi extended to Fu Hongyan's body. It mixed with the red dress in the sky, beautiful and fierce. Di Guangzong, who had entered his body, raised the tiger soul again. This time, the power of the tiger soul in Di Guangzong's hand was more than 1,000,000 times fiercer. But this time it was facing the Qilin demon, who had let go of all shackles and even shed the shell of Fu Hongyan, the most evil demon. It was an absolute egoistic demon. It was bright red like burning blood. It was wriggling, shapeless, and not even tangible. If it had anything complete, it would be itself. Chen Ong looked at the strange existence that had shed its shell. Fu Hongyan might have disappeared long ago, and what was left was just a shell of this strange demon. But Chen Ong knew that Fu Hongyan's essence did not disappear. Instead, it had perfectly merged with the monster's self. One day, even Chen Ong, who had created it, could not separate them. At their level, the meaning of the shell was no longer important. In Chen Ang's eyes, the Qilin demon was merging with Fu Hongyan. At this moment, he laughed. The Qilin true lord was created in a way that he did not expect. Heaven and earth devouring 7 limits. Qilin devil true form. In the state where Di Guangzong was possessed by a ferocious god, the tiger spirit divine blade was raised high, tracing, as if it had awakened the most ancient memories in the world, causing the world to sink into a dreamland. It recreated the time when the world was first created, when the disaster destroyed the world and its boundless might. Different from Di Guangzong's forceful control of Yuan Qi to create disasters, the demon god's blade contained the supreme power of mind and spirit, which drove the endless Yuan Qi in the void. Just like when Qin Ong chopped out his enemy's consciousness with his saber, Qiyu chopped out that memory in the formless will of the world. The entire world sank into the saber light that swallowed the heavens and decimated the earth, dreaming of endless, world-destroying disasters. At this moment, the 9 prefectures almost collapsed. Thousands of miles away, even people from other continents could feel the earth veins under their feet trembling, and they could feel the magnetic field becoming chaotic. The order of the airflow on the entire planet began to become chaotic, and the sea level was shaking. Storms, tsunamis, earthquakes, fires, floods, meteorites, and countless natural disasters were accumulating power at this moment. Chiyo's saber actually made the planet under his feet have nightmares. It instinctively dreamed of the ancient times and endless disasters. This horrifying consciousness combined with Chiyo's saber momentum that could destroy the world. There was no doubt that the moment the tiger spirit chopped out would be the moment the earth returned to the ancient times, the moment when the disaster overturned the human race. The terrifying 7 limits, the terrifying 7 limits. The 7 limits in the hands of the demon god Chiyo's consciousness made Di Guangzong's sea-breaking saber that cut the Yangtze River into a joke. It even made Chen Ang's stunning saber strike of the martial way of mind lose its color. How could a saber strike from a human's heart compare to the saber strike of the 7 limits from the consciousness of the planet, which carried the endless power of disasters? This was a demon god. This was the power of the fiend god martial way. The saber intent surged, and the saber momentum surged. The saber force was vast and surging like a tsunami, tearing the world apart, drowning and devouring everything. The saber force was endlessly ferocious, sharp and sharp. It contained the power to collapse mountains, cut through rocks and cut gullies. It collapsed mountains and severed earth veins. The saber force was swift, pulling the air currents to form a tornado saber momentum. It slashed horizontally, tearing apart the opponent's corpse in the blink of an eye. The saber force was extremely cold, able to condense the water in the air and turn it into hail. It shot out densely like a violent storm, destroying everything and riddling everything with holes. The blazing saber gleam was like a scorching furnace, burning everything into ashes upon contact. It couldn't be blocked with hardness, but it couldn't be neutralized with softness. It burned the sky and boiled the sea, evaporating everything. The saber force's evil edge split the earth. The cracks spread out in all directions like a spider's web, extending for thousands of miles. The destructive power was like a magnitude 10 earthquake, causing people to have no place to stand. They died tragically under the tiger soul saber gleam that reflected from the cracks. The power of the 7 great limits, heaven, earth, fire, ice, wind, mountain, and sea, was displayed for the first time in this world. It revealed the true meaning of the saying that had been circulating in the God space for a long time. Those who haven't entered the God's gate are just ants. This saber strike, which was the culmination of the 2 paths of mind and vitality, scared Hazem, who was watching the battle from the side, to death. Stephen's body trembled, and he curled up like a baby. Di Guangzong's will was even stronger. The moment the 7 great limits attacked at full force, his soul was wiped out by the will of this world because he couldn't withstand the terrifying will of the fiend god Qiyu. Only the Qilin demon Fu Hongyan and Chenang's will, who were facing the saber, could still calmly watch and face the saber strike. The crimson Qilin demon, true form, carried the unparalleled ambition to devour heaven and earth. It went against the current crazily and faced this saber strike that could devour heaven and earth, which the 7 great limits hypnotized the planet's will. Landslide? Devour. Tsunami? Devour. Earthquake? Devour. The planet's will? The peerless saber will? The fiend god's will? Devour everything. The entire planet was shrouded by a terrifying shadow. A crazy, unparalleled, ambitious, and will existence that surpassed everything else was about to devour the entire planet before it could enter the period of the disaster. The saber will of the 7 great limits was unable to hurt the deranged Qilin demon Qilin. Chio's burning ferocious will burned even more fiercely. The saber will of the 7 great limits changed again. It merged all the disasters, and the ultimate saber strike that represented the end of the world suddenly exploded. Under the activation of the saber skills of the 7 great limits, the planet's will was no longer reminiscing. Instead, it extended down the river of time until the end of everything, until the moment the planet was destroyed. Chiyu made the planet dream to the end of its lifespan, the moment when the planet exploded. At this moment, the ferocious momentum of the Qilin demon Qilin's devouring of the planet was completed. Chiyu activated the 7 great limits, causing the planet's core to start cracking violently. The planet was about to explode. The moment the planet exploded would be the moment when Chio's 7 great limits reached their peak. The power of the planet's destruction would be concentrated on attacking the Qilin demon Qilin. It would also be the moment when the Qilin demon Qilin saw the planet's weakest point and took the opportunity to devour the entire planet, completing its transformation. "This planet has provoked you," Chenong said angrily. "Can't you give it a way out?" Chapter 390. The constellation demon sword that had been forgotten due to the possession of the demon god leaped up and landed in the hands of Cheneng's shadow. He sighed and said, "It's a pity that only a little of my projection is here. Otherwise, I'd drag you guys out and hang you up for a beating 10 times. I hope the special ability of this sword isn't broken." A bit of vital qi stolen from Fu Hongyan's Qilin form was attached to the pagoda-shaped blade of the long sword. Chen Ong had no power at the moment and was just a thought in Fu Hongyan's consciousness. Even this bit of vital qi was borrowed from Fu Hongyan. However, in his hands, the constellation demon sword had become completely different from when it was in Di Guangzhong. The tangible sword body had disappeared and turned into a strange arrow that fell onto the ground. It was the 4th heavenly divine weapon, the execution of heaven's 4th arrow that was formed from the demonic weapon's metal. The intangible and intangible demonic weapon's special ability had turned into a demonic aura that contained an extremely pure emotion and was held in Qin Eng's hand. The constellation demon sword was formed from the left hand of the primordial heavenly demon. It combined the anxious emotions of the temple sect leader of Dara and the execution of heaven's 4th sword to form. Although the primordial heavenly demon is a fool, the power that can surpass 10 stars is real. The demonic aura of the demonic weapon's origin was attached to the left hand of Qin Eng's projection and became a carrier of his consciousness. Qin Ong shook his head and said, "I'm just an illusion with no real existence. I can't even pick up a sword, and I have to bear the responsibility of saving the world, forcing me to dismantle such a beautiful demonic weapon like Constellation Tribulation. You guys are really..." The power of the primordial heavenly demon overlapped with his left hand. It carried the origin of demonic aura of the greatest villain in the mystical weapon world and created an effect that even the primordial heavenly demon couldn't predict in Qin Eng's hand. As Chen Ong pointed with his finger, a strange phenomenon appeared in the space at his fingertip. The river water splashed under Qin Eng's feet. He was between Chiyu and Fu Hongyan, the Qilin demon. He was facing the divine weapon Tiger Soul, which had triggered the planet to explode from the world's consciousness, the 7 natural disasters, the 7 ultimate powers that could really destroy the world, and the Qilin demon who wanted to devour everything and possess everything. He even wanted to devour the violent, destructive power of the tiger soul. Chen Ong projected his existence into the depths of the world's consciousness and awakened the will of the planet that was brought into the river of time by the tiger soul. Just like how he possessed Fu Hongyan's consciousness, he manifested his existence through the will of the planet under his feet. The awakened will of the planet easily calmed down the agitation of its body and broke the power of the natural disasters carried by the tiger soul. The will of the planet, which was threatened by destruction, condensed a consciousness that was enough to bear Qin Ang's existence. The origin of demonic aura in his left hand became a fulcrum for this, to interfere with the world with its earth-shattering power. With a point of his finger, the universe was turned upside down and the world was overturned. Under the influence of this power, the river water splashing under his feet flowed backward, like a videotape that was played backward. The frost of early winter on both sides of the river melted silently, and the withered grass and trees were suddenly stained with green. In the deciduous layer of humus, the green leaves stretched their bodies and returned to the withered yellow from the soil. Then they returned to the tree. The entire tree was filled with vitality, and the leaves turned from withered yellow to fresh green. The time of all living beings beside the Tsiutong River, except for human beings, was flowing backward. The river in winter suddenly returned to early spring. Flowers covered both sides of the river and hung on the treetops. Di Guangzong, who carried the consciousness of the demon, suddenly woke up. The tiger soul fell from his hand powerlessly and was devoured mercilessly by the Qilin demon. He did not know when he had turned into a white-haired old man. He could not even lift the tiger soul, and his breath was weak, as if he could die at any moment. Chen Ong glanced at the crazy true body of the Qilin demon, sighed, and pointed his finger at it again. Time had a strange effect on the body of the demon. One of the carriers had decayed and could no longer carry the consciousness of the demon, and the other had returned to Fu Hongyan's original state. Stephen, who was on the shore, couldn't see Qin Ang's existence. He could only see the strange phenomenon of time flowing. Di Guangzong's body was decaying uncontrollably. He looked back at Stephen as if he had something to say, but his old body didn't give him the time to do so. Di Guangzong's body was withering bit by bit, and the head that turned back also turned into ashes under Stephen's horrified gaze. Fu Hongyan, who was next to him, was still wearing a red dress at this moment. Stephen realized that the balance that the four teams had tried so hard to maintain, and the tacit understanding that they had tried to reach, had been destroyed just like Di Guangzong. Seeing Fu Hongyan looking at him with a smile, countless thoughts flashed through Stephen's mind. In the end, he quickly lowered his head and raised his hands, saying, "I surrender! Captain Hongyan, the Viper team is willing to follow your orders." "It's too late," he heard Fu Hongyan say with a smile. The beautiful woman in front of him was like a ferocious beast, giving him a terrifying pressure as if he was a predator. This crazy warning of death made Stephen cut off his tail without hesitation. His body under the cloak suddenly dissipated, and countless pieces of flesh and blood transformed into bats. With real power, he was ready to break through the space and escape. Every bat carried the same amount of flesh and power as Stephen. As long as one of them survived, Stephen would not die. As for the power that he had lost, he only needed human blood to recover. When he escaped, he would choose a small city with a population of 100,000 people and absorb all the lives in it. He would be able to recover to his most perfect state. Hazem was still confused and didn't know what Stephen was doing. He was wary of Stephen's possible attack, but what happened next scared him out of his wits. Behind Fu Hongyan, a phantom of a strange beast with the body of a dragon unicorn appeared. The terrifying and brutal momentum made Hazem unable to summon any resistance. Blood-red spiritual qi rose from Fu Hongyan's body. Just like the support of the fierce beast behind her, it ferociously bit Stephen. The blood-red spiritual qi swept over those bats that Stephen had turned into at an unimaginable speed. Hazem didn't even hear the sound of bones being chewed. He saw the flesh and blood of those bats, each of which was at the level of 7 stars and carried most of Stephen's power, being devoured. He heard Stephen's desperate roars. The dead river, which was the true ancestor of vampires, covered the entire Yangtze River. Millions of souls and lives were soaked in the river of blood, which was even vaster than the Yangtze River. Every drop of blood carried powerful corrosiveness and vitality. However, the torrential river of blood, the life force that was comparable to that of gods and devils, and the boundless souls within it, were all devoured by Fu Hongyan's terrifying blood-red true energy in the blink of an eye. Even Stephen's life force was melted away, skin and bones gone. After devouring such enormous lives and souls, the bloody spiritual energy finally felt lazy and satisfied, no longer carrying the aggressiveness that made Hazem's hair stand on end. The river of blood, which carried the characteristics of a dead river, ran in the river instead of the Yangtze River. Chapter 391. Faced with such a terrifying Fu Hongyan, Hazem was extremely anxious. But after seeing Stephen, who had turned into the dead river and boasted the undying vitality of the true ancestor of vampires, being devoured so easily, he couldn't muster any will to resist. The existence of the Qilin Demon King's nightmares had become an indelible shadow in his heart. Fortunately, after the blood-red Qilin true blood devoured Stephen, it seemed to have slightly satisfied its insatiable greed, causing its aggressiveness to decrease slightly. It seemed to have no intention of preying on Hazem. In this case, Hashem had no time to think about why. Seeing that the blood river condensed by the Qilin's genuine blood was shrinking toward Fu Hongyan, he seized the chance and decisively abandoned all his teammates. Wrapped in the yellow sand, he fled far away. Before he fled, he deliberately pushed his teammates toward Fu Hongyan to buy time. Qilin Trueblood smiled and accepted these snacks without any hesitation, but ignored Hazem, who had escaped. He doesn't have any valuable bloodline, so don't worry about him. The most important thing for you to do now is to digest these nutritious foods. Let's give him to Lu Li to nourish her body. Chun Ong said to Hongyan with a smile, "It's a pity that Chiyu is just a mark in the tiger soul of the heavenly weapon, and the demon Kylin is just a small part of the derivative power that you have plundered. Therefore, you are not in your best state in this battle. But this time, you took the opportunity to swallow the bloodline of the alien demon tiger in the tiger soul and looted Stephen's true ancestor's blood. The Qilin fiend body in your body is finally complete. It is no longer restricted by the origin of Qilin fiend inside Luli." Narrowing her eyes, Fu Hongyan sensed that Stephen's blood and qi and the enormous vitality in the dead river were slowly digesting in her body and gradually spreading a warm feeling. She said delightedly, "I feel it too. My weak foundation has finally been stabilized. If I have a few more such tonics, I might be able to condense the real body of the demon Kylin without the origin of Kylin in Lu Li's body." Chun Ong shook his head with a smile and said to Hongyan seriously, "There can only be one demon Qilin in one world. As the saying goes, one Qilin in one world. 2 Qilins will never meet each other. When Qilin meets, the big Qilin eats the little Qilin. As long as the Qilin in Lu Li's body is still in the same world as you, only one of you can survive. That's because the Qilin demon is an existence that only belongs to itself. It cannot tolerate 2 similar individuals." Fu Hongyan smiled calmly. Her eyes did not waver at all. She replied calmly, "I know. Believe me, the only one who will survive is me. Don't underestimate me. Your Majesty, the path of a Qilin demon is destined to be lonely, and the most important thing on this path is to be loyal to me. Only by being sincere to oneself can one be sincere to the Tao. Apart from myself, there is nothing else. I can kill anyone who stands in my way, even if it's my parents or friends. I won't be bound by any morality, reason, or anything that isn't me. Nothing will stand in my way except the pursuit of power, the pursuit of eternity, and the ambition to possess everything. Fu Hongyan's eyes were filled with sincerity and ruthlessness. It was as if she regarded everything as ants. It made people feel that the person standing there was not a girl with the power of the Qilin demon, but a monster with the name of Fu Hongyan. Ha ha ha. Chenong laughed out loud. He looked at the monster in his hands with appreciation and nodded. I'm really looking forward to it. Now, I'm sure that Luli is no match for you. His essentially empty heart can't bear the extreme ego of the Qilin demon. How interesting. The few inconspicuous samsara teams that the chief god sent out just so happen to have an extremely egoistic, indifferent, and emotionless existence like you, as well as an empty-hearted, insubstantial existence like Luli, who is the complete opposite of you. How interesting. As the highest existence of the blood race, the true god's genes are one of the most perfect materials to fill in the Qilin demon's shortcomings. Although Stephen's bloodline is only one of the many systems of the blood race, the Dead River, which represents the essence of curses in his bloodline, is the perfect existence to forge the foundation of the Qilin demon. Chen Ong excitedly taught Fu Hongyan how to fuse Stephen's true ancestors' bloodline into the Qilin demon's true form. He praised, elevating the Dead River into the Blood River that represents life and death. The Qilin demon has reached a whole new level. The lives those stupid bats created are the most inferior way of using souls. Only an extremely egoistic existence, like the Qilin demon, can successfully digest such a large batch of souls and fuse them so perfectly. These 30 million souls are no longer a life. They will become a part of you. Every single one of them is you. It's a pity that there are too few souls. Fu Hongyan frowned and said, that Stephen ruined a plot world and almost killed everyone in Europe to gather 30 million souls? Just the number of souls alone has pushed him to the top of the 9-star warriors. If the Qilin demon hadn't innately suppressed his enhancement, the 30 million lives would be comparable to the vitality of some 10-star warriors. Isn't that enough? How much more difficult is it for you to kill him than killing a chicken? Chunong asked with a chuckle. The efficiency of his utilization of 30 million souls is laughably low. As long as a person is slightly more advanced in the utilization of power and nature, how can a system like the Dead River stop a real expert? But you're different. The Qilin demon, Qilin's way of existence, is destined to make full use of this unexpected surprise. Understand the nature of your existence. Chen Ong reminded her. You haven't carried out the potential of the Qilin demon yet. A terrifying species that wants to swallow the world and prey on the world is definitely not as simple as you think. Fu Hongyan wanted to truly feel her nature, but she always felt that an invisible obstacle was stopping her. She couldn't help but shake her head and murmur to herself, what exactly am I lacking? What's restricting you isn't your potential, nor is it your ability to comprehend. These are your natural instincts. It should be like breathing, something you can use whenever you want. Think about it carefully. What's restricting you? At this moment, Fu Hongyan suddenly came to a realization. I'm afraid it's me who is restricting me, because I think I'm still a human. At most, I think I'm a monster transformed from a human. I don't realize that I'm everything. I'm the Qilin demon. I'm one and also everything. I'm a kind of existence in this world, and I'm everything that contains this world. I'm not a human because human can only contain human. I'm the Qilin demon that can contain everything. In the beginning, I was the Qilin demon, but in the future, I can be the heavenly Tao. I can be Yahweh. I'm infinite. I was once Fu Hongyan, but I'm not just Fu Hongyan. I can be everything. To be continued. Chapter 392. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Talk. Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Under the bright moonlight, the surging blood-red river of the Tsutong dyed the moonlight red, reflecting a faint blood-red light. Love go small, say Net Kufu Hongyan's red dress became even brighter in this situation. The samsara travelers and characters on the shore looked at her in fear and waited for their judgment with trepidation. Li Shiming, the young leader of the Li family and the one who had his father's power seized by the samsara travelers, came to the riverside calmly. He cupped his hands to Fu Hongyan, who was staring at the blood river indifferently. Li Shiming, nice to meet you, Fairy Fu. Li Shiming did not look frivolous at all. Instead, he looked very serious. The respect that came from the bottom of his heart made it hard for anyone to dislike him. Even his enemies had to admit that he was charming. Aren't you afraid of me? Fu Hongyan suddenly smiled. She turned back to look at this unusual young man, causing commotion among the Li clan people in the distance. After so many things, Fu Hongyan had long since become a devil-like character in their hearts. Everyone became nervous after seeing their young master so close to her. I am afraid, Li Shiming answered honestly, but fear is definitely not the solution. If we don't find a way to communicate with you, a misunderstanding will happen sooner or later. At that time, you won't be the one who will suffer. So you came to me? Fu Hongyan said with interest. Then what do you want to know? What do you want to know? What do you want, Fairy? Li Shiming asked straightforwardly. Fairy, you killed the Turkicon, killed the mutants, and crossed the Yangtze River. What do you want? Only when we know where Fairy's interests lie can we make concessions and compromise so as not to offend Fairy. Fu Hongyan nodded and smiled. You are right, but I have to disappoint you. My current goal is to survive. As for what happens after I survive, it will not be a good thing for you. Why do you say so, Miss Fu? Li Shiming was surprised to find that someone had suddenly appeared beside him. This was a very offensive thing to do, but when he saw the appearance of the person, he couldn't say any words of blame. The person who came was a nun dressed like a layman. The moment he saw her, even Li Shiming couldn't help but be dazed. He thought to himself, even if Guanyin descended to the world, she would still look like this. This saintly nun with an outstanding temperament said, Fan Qinghui greets Clan Lord Li. Greetings, Miss Fu. With a compassionate expression, she asked Fu Hongyan, Miss Fu, the meeting of Tutong was originally an alliance meeting of the four powers, but now it has been controlled by you alone. No one from the four powers can stop you. Qinghui came here to seek an answer from Miss. How does Miss intend to use the power of the four sides? Will they continue to resist Yangguang and overthrow the Sui dynasty, or will they serve you and take over the world? Do you mean the people here? Fu Hongyan asked, pointing at the vague army and elite masters on the shore. Perhaps also the Li clan, the Song clan, the Garuda King, the Revolutionary Army, and even the Buddhism and Taoism. Fan Qinghui answered calmly, The Garuda King? You mean that man-eating bastard Jew, Ken? Fu Hongyan's smile was very wanton, which made Li Shiming and Fan Qinghui uncomfortable. They were not used to a woman acting so presumptuously. Fan Qinghui had a bad feeling that a woman who could smile like this was not an easy person to deal with. She could only bite the bullet and said, The King Zhukan has put down the butcher's knife and is willing to be the vanguard of the true dragon to atone for his sins. Li Shiming wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything when he saw the smile on Fu Hongyan's face. Fu Hongyan sighed, What a pity. If he was here, he might understand what I mean. She smiled and looked into Fan Qinghui's eyes. Her gaze was clear and sincere. I don't need the Li clan, the Song clan, or the Buddhist sect. If I can really get something from you, I hope it's your lives. What? Fan Qinghui thought she had misheard. House Mistress Fan, you should have seen the blood-red river that appeared on the body of the man in the black cloak that I killed, which is the river we are standing on now. Sometimes life is a kind of resource. I have taken 30 million lives from him, which is the blood, life, and soul of 30 million people. But it is not enough. Someone told me that in order to use this resource to its fullest potential, I need to collect the souls and flesh of 296 million people. I am in desperate need of life now. Even if this is just a drop in the bucket, I still want you to give me your lives. Miss Fu. Fan Qinghui still wanted to say something, but she didn't have the chance. A red shadow rushed out from Fu Hongyan's body and swept past Fan Qinghui's body. Li Shiming saw the peerless beauty of the Guanyin Bodhisattva shrink like a dried corpse. Strangely, he could still think of the fact that the fairy-like house mistress Fan was also this ugly after death. Then came the bone-deep fear. He suddenly vaguely felt the nature of Fu Hongyan. That was a characteristic that a real devil could have. She truly regarded everything except herself as an ant. If Li Shiming had cultivated in the modern society, perhaps he could use a more appropriate word to describe her, as an NPC. That was a real degree of contempt. Li Shiming suddenly realized that even though he had talked with her for a while, this monster had never regarded them as a living being. In her eyes, they could only see the coldest disregard. The blood shadow, under Li Shiming's astonished, fearful, and disbelieving eyes, split into two and rushed into the crowd behind him. Fu Hongyan sighed in front of him and said, "Unfortunately, there are only 40 to 50,000 people. The Great Sway is the property of the Sky Demon Highness, and I am not allowed to touch it. So I have to use the surrounding countries to make up the numbers. I wonder if Korea, Silla, Turks, Neon, and Nanman can make up 10 million people? If not, I will have to go to India and Europe to collect materials. I don't know how many worlds it will take for me to make one. 296 billion clones of the blood god." Li Shiming's eyes were filled with anger. Under his accusatory eyes and angry expression, one of the blood shadows that was killing wantonly in the distance suddenly split off and rushed towards him. Li Shiming felt his body turn cold, and his control over his body was taken away. Then he smelled a thick smell of blood, and then he felt his consciousness, blood, and life being sucked out of his body. He could see his body shrinking into a withered corpse, and then completely falling into the darkness. In the end, only a sigh could be heard. Fu Hongyan indifferently watched as the clones of the blood god sucked all the samsara travelers that she originally wanted to control and subdue. She finally understood her nature and finally gave up the idea of pretending to be a human. Chapter 393. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Team Viper has lost one member. Team Battle Points, -1. Team Viper's captain has died. Team Battle Points, -3. Team Viper's entire team has died. Team Beauty has killed Team Viper. Team Truth's captain has died. Team Battle Points, -3. Team Truth's entire team has died. Team Beauty has killed Team Truth. Team God Marshal has lost one member. Team Battle Points, -1. Zhang Xiaofeng and the others were dumbfounded as they stared at the notifications. They had no idea what was going on. They could only watch as Team Hongyan advanced like they were on drugs, killing the remaining teams until only the leader of Team Shinwu was left. Along with the Team Tianjiao that perished at the hands of the primordial demon, the monkeys scattered when the tree fell. Most of the members went to other teams, but there were also the universe teams that were killed by Hongyan. In the blink of an eye, only 2 teams were left after this battle of 7 teams. The process was so tragic that even though Zhang Xiaofeng and the others were mentally prepared, they were still shocked beyond words. Looking at his terrified teammates, Luo Xian smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect us and Hongyan to survive this time. This is beyond everyone's expectations. We should be the weakest among the 7 teams, and Hongyan isn't strong either. I didn't expect us to be the ones to kill everyone else. Of course, there's also Team Shinwu, who only has their leader left. I'm sure everyone knows why we won. It's because we have Primordial Sky Fiend, who is beyond the mission limit on our side. What about Hongyan? How did they manage to one-sidedly slaughter the other 3 teams?" Luo Xian sighed. "I have a premonition that the outcome of the final battle this time will be very unexpected. Love, go, little, say, Netka the Key should be our missing leader. Our intel is wrong. We need to find him as soon as possible. Otherwise, we can only be like puppets, waiting for our fate to pass judgment on us. In the blink of an eye, Ning Daoqi's homogenized form also arrived at the foot of Mount Wutai. But when he saw the empty mountain path with fallen leaves and weeds, his heart sank. Mount Wutai had been the holy land of Buddhism for a long time. Even if there were no pilgrims at the foot of the mountain, it should not be so desolate and lonely. In addition to the information shared by the other simultaneous forms, Ning Daoqi unleashed his body movement and roared loudly. He leaped up along the winding and rugged mountain path. But what made him uneasy was that even though the entire Wutai mountain was echoing with his voice, there was no response other than startling the birds and beasts on the mountain. Ever since Emperor Wen of Sui issued an edict to rebuild the 5 platforms, on the east, west, south, north, and center of the 5 platforms, Wanghai Temple, Puji Temple, Falei Temple, Lingying Temple, and Yanjiao Temple were built to enshrine the statue of Wenshu. The statue of Wenshu of intelligence, Wenshu of wisdom, Wenshu of lion, Wenshu of stainless, and Wenshu of child were collectively known as Wenshu of 5 directions. This was the holy land of Hua Yin sect. It was regarded as the ancestral court of Hua Yin sect by Buddhism. Usually the incense was like smoke and clouds. Bhikkhus and nuns came and went, and the chanting went straight to the sky. There would never be such a desolate and dilapidated scene. Ning Daoqi already had an unexpected conclusion in his heart. He just summoned his last hope and roared like a lion. Venerable Emperor's heart, Master F.A. Jin. I, Ning Daoqi, have come to visit. Please come here for a while. Please come here for a while, Master. The thunderous roar of a lion echoed in the empty Mount Wutai. It was quiet around Ning Daoqi. Even the chirping of insects and birds had disappeared. Ning Daoqi stepped onto the mountain gate of Wanghai Temple. Finally, his face was filled with sorrow. He lowered his head and could not bear to look at it. At the foot of the mountain gate, the 5 monk soldiers were in a glaring posture. Master Shoji of Hua Yin sect was holding a Vajra pestle, blocking the entrance. But these people were already dead. Their bodies had shrunk to the size of a child, dried up and dehydrated. It was such a tragic scene that Ning Daoqi could not bear to look at it. Ning Daoqi gritted his teeth and roared from the bottom of his throat. Qilin blood demon, I swear I'm not a man if I don't eradicate you. As he strolled through the ruins of Wanghai Temple, he slowly figured out the situation of Mount Wutai's Huayan sect. Wanghai Temple was probably the last temple to fall. The other great masters, Liberation, Zhaoyin, Mingyao, Huilong, Lingxiu, and Jiafu, were all gathered here to fight the Qilin blood demon. But in front of the fierce, demonic flame of the Qilin blood demon, their resistance was still weak. In the huge temple, there were thousands of monk soldiers. Most of them lost their lives in an instant. Their expressions were still frozen with the fear and anger they had that day. But even the buildings and decorations around them did not show any signs of struggle. The whole temple was well preserved like an empty coffin. Ning Daoqi was speechless. Hundreds of miles away, the real body that was rushing to Mount Dita with Lu Li suddenly stopped. He put his palms together and chanted, May the masters of Hua Yin sect be free from all suffering and see the nirvana paradise. Lu Li's eyebrows twitched. She hesitated and said, But Mount Wutai, yes, Wanghai, Puji, Falei, Lingying, and Yanjiao temples of Hua Yin sect on Mount Wutai have all fallen. All the monks have died in the hands of the Qilin blood demon. The difficulty of Buddhism has actually reached this point. Yangzhou's Hui Ri Taoist Field, Tiantai Kingdom's Qingqing Temple. I'm afraid the many sacred places and ancestral halls that were not destroyed when King Wu of Zhou destroyed Buddhism have all disappeared after this. As Ning Daoqi described, the tragic scene made the 2 shudder. Longxing Temple, Hongshan Temple, Faban Temple, Fukuda Temple, and Poyang Sect, Qingshuang Sect, Swinging Eagle Sect, Luliang Sect, Huangshan Sect, and all the sects and temples in Jiangnan and Jiangbei that disobeyed the imperial court have all died. Lu Li sighed and said, "The Qilin blood demon is like a bloody shadow. When humans and animals are pounced on by it, all the blood in their bodies will be sucked out, leaving only human skin and bones. This is only a part of the power in my body that was taken by Fu Hongyan." Lu Li shook her head and sighed. It seems that Eva really didn't lie to us. Once the Qilin blood demon comes out, the world will be in danger of being overturned. It's not a big deal that the world is filled with blood. I'm just afraid that humanity will no longer exist, and the mortal world will become hell, leaving only lonely souls and evil ghosts in the world. Under Fu Hongyan's feet was the royal city of Goryeo. At this moment, the royal city was already a scene of hell. Countless bloody shadows flew in the sky, passing through the alleys of Kaizhou and the fields and forests of Goryeo, turning the huge Korean peninsula into a dead zone. At this moment, the Heshabi in Lu Li's arms had gathered 50% of the qi of Dragon Vein. The tragic war with the Heshabi ended with only Hongyan and the Wind Chasers, and only the captain of the Shinwu team, Shinwu, escaping. In this war, the Central Plains Volunteer Army was overturned, the Buddhist sect was almost wiped out, the demonic sect and Taoist sect suffered heavy losses, and the 8 clans and 10 societies were all destroyed except for a few who became Yang Guang's lackeys. The Turks, Donghu, Xianbei, and other tribes in the north had all suffered the calamity of the Qilin blood demon. Only the bones of cows, sheep, and humans were left on the prairie. To the east was Korea's Silla and Beech's Way country. To the south was Zhanqing Boni, and to the west was Chela Tugahan. Among the aristocratic families in Guanlong, led by the Li family, were massacred by the Qilin blood demon. The aristocratic families in Guangdong were wiped out by the eunuchs and the tyranny of the guards. The Guanxi family was still struggling at death's door, but it was not far from being overturned. The aristocratic families in the south were like birds startled by the twang of a bow, living in fear all day long. At this moment, everyone realized that the aristocratic families, which were deeply rooted and insufferably arrogant, had become a thing of the past under the destruction of the blood demon and the absolute force of the imperial court. Chapter 394. Ning Daoqi and Lu Li went west along the Yangtze River. They disembarked in front of the Tiger Leaping Gorge and took the land route. After they arrived at Shirgu, which was known as the first bay in Changjiang, they traveled south along the river. The Kine boathouse was located on Mount Yameng, which was located in the east of the river. We will reach the foot of Di Ta Peak soon. Right now, Buddhism's Dharma is in danger, and the righteous path is facing a bloody calamity. I hope that nothing will happen to Kine boathouse, Ning Daoqi said worriedly. At that moment, he no longer hoped that the orthodox path could help him destroy the Qilin demon. He only hoped that they could preserve the seeds of the orthodox path and that Kine boathouse would be safe. Fei Xian, have you made up your mind? Fan Qinghui looked at Sir Fei Xuan, who was elegant and ethereal, and she could not help but try to persuade her one last time. Do you know that seclusion is a taboo in the Kine boathouse sword classic? All the past temple masters have viewed it as an action with a slim chance of survival. If those whose cultivation base is not high enough recklessly practice it, their blood essence will explode and they will die. What's more, you still want to practice the martial arts offered by the mutants, the modified life-risking gate. Neither the withering Zen art nor the 9 transformations of heavenly silkworm reduced the danger of practicing life-risking gate. Instead, they made the process more complicated and unpredictable. The experience of the previous masters of the quiet house is no longer of any use. Master, right now, Yang Guang's demonic art has already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Even if the patriarch is reborn, he might not be his opponent, Sir Fei Xuan said, raising her head. And those strange people of mysterious origins might not necessarily harbor good intentions. The world is in chaos. If the Serene House doesn't have a void-breaking realm expert, it will be the first to suffer. Not to mention supporting the true Lord and pacifying the chaos in the world. Master, Yangguang is tyrannical. He won't even leave us a peaceful place. The righteous sects have no way out. Emperor's heart sent word that the aristocratic families of the righteous army will be forming an alliance in Sutong to overthrow the tyrant. I've already made up my mind to go. If the world's righteous path is united, there's no need to fear Yangguang. You don't have to do this, Fan Qinghui said frankly. Sure, Feishuan's resolute expression did not waver in the slightest. If the righteous path has more strength, wouldn't we have more confidence against Yangguang? 8 hours ago, Tongguan looked at the faint bloody light in the south and revealed a playful smile. The moonlight in the sky was hazy, and there was a hint of red in the halo, as if it was reflecting the tragic scene of the sea of blood on the ground. At the foot of Dita Peak, Tongguan climbed up. The factory guards behind him quietly stepped on the thin frost of early winter and snuck onto Emperor Ta Peak to surround Kind Boathouse. Tongguan arrived in front of the 7 wooden doors, known as the 7 heavy doors. He looked at the door knocker with Lianhua patterns on it before he raised his hand and pushed open the doors. A nun shouted, "Who dares to trespass the quiet temple?" and pounced straight out the door. But as soon as she arrived at the second door, she saw a scene that made her lose her mind. Under the moonlight, a beautiful woman who made her absent-minded stepped over the steps of the first door and came to her. The nun had thought that the previous master of the Jingzhai temple and the future master, Feishuan, were already the most beautiful women in the world. But in front of this woman, all of them were overshadowed. There was a limit to human beauty and ugliness. The reason why every master of the Kind Boathouse could make the most outstanding man in the world fall in love with them was because they cultivated the best charm technique in the world. Their temperament was close to the heavenly axiom, but far away from the secular world. They were like fairies that could not be desecrated. But the woman standing in front of her had surpassed the limits of human perception. She was like the incarnation of a celestial being from the upper realm. It was difficult to tell whether she was a man or a woman because her temperament had surpassed the boundaries of gender. She was the most beautiful woman in the world and also the most outstanding man. The moment the nun saw her, she could not help but be dazed for a long time. The moment she woke up, there was only one feeling in her heart: evildoer. The nun was so angry that her body trembled. Such an evildoer was definitely the natural enemy of Kind Boathouse. Her existence had already pushed the quiet temple to a dead end. Evildoer, you trespassed the quiet temple. I can't let you live. Before she finished speaking, the nun felt a slight chill on her neck. When she came to her senses, she already felt her strength and life slowly draining away. Tongguan walked past the nun's body that was leaning against the wooden door and pushed open the second wooden door. The alarm bell of Kind Boathouse rang loudly. The bronze bell on the bell tower was hit by the nun guarding it. Thick, vital energy hit the bronze bell that was as tall as 2 people, and the sound reverberated in all directions. But in less than 3 hits, a foreigner in black flipped over and went up the bell tower. The last bell only rang half a ring before it fell silent. It was night, and on Dita Peak there was a bloody storm. Tongguan's calm voice echoed in Kind Boathouse. By the will of the heavens, the Emperor has decreed. He's jade, the world's most precious treasure, the Emperor's seal. The Emperor has the power of the heavens and is the ruler of the people. How dare an outsider covet the throne? A demonic monk of the Buddhist sect claimed to be the true emperor. Today, a demonic nun is meeting in Kind Boathouse. During the chaos of the Great Sui dynasty, she said that she would choose the emperor on behalf of the heavens. She is a traitor and wicked beyond redemption. Command the eastern and western deacons and the commander of the embroidered uniform guards, Tongguan, with 2 deacons and 1 guard. Kill this traitor and her entire family. Serve as a warning to others. Yangguang, Tongguan, do you think that you can silence the people of the world by slaughtering Kind Boathouse? A nun in Kind Boathouse scolded sternly, "You can kill us, but you can't kill all the righteous people in the world." Her voice was like a cuckoo crying blood, and it was exceptionally loud. "How dare you, demonic nun? How dare you speak nonsense?" The embroidered uniform guards in charge of cleaning up the area were furious. They drew their swords and wanted to cut her in half. But Tong Guan raised his hand and signaled for her to stop. The embroidered uniform guard said in fear, "Superintendent, this be *H. The nuns of Kind Boathouse are not bad people. There's no need to humiliate them like this." Tong Guan said kindly. The embroidered uniform guard did not understand and asked, "If they are not bad people, then what about us? Can't we kill them if they're not bad people? Anyone can be killed if they stand on different sides, since we are loyal to the imperial court. Even if they are good people, relatives, and friends, we must kill anyone who dares to go against the imperial court." Under the moonlight, Tong Guan's figure was blurry as if she came from the sky. She came before the nun and answered her previous question with a firm tone, "Kill them all." The embroidered spring knife in her right hand swung lightly, and a head flew into the air. The world exists objectively. If the conditions are met, there's nothing that can't be killed. There are only 200 million people in the world. Even if Buddhism thrives, there are only 10 million believers. What's so difficult about 10 million people? Besides, we don't need so many people. Isn't the world peaceful now? Tong Guan sighed and said, Sir Feishuan pushed open the door of Death Door and saw such a tragic scene. When she saw her senior and junior sisters who were close to her, lying dead on the battlefield, and her martial uncles and elders, who were pure and kind, continuously dying in the hands of the foreign soldiers, Sir Feishuan's eyes widened, and her heart burned with anxiety. Then she heard a few elders who had high statuses in the secluded cultivation shout at her, "Temple Mistress, we'll stop these traitors from the imperial court. Run. Temple Mistress Fan has already passed away. You are still Temple's last hope." Sir Feishuan was suddenly rendered speechless. She drew her sword and charged at the still Temple disciples with all her might, but she stopped in front of Tong Guan. Her profound cultivation in the heart allowed Sir Feishuan to keenly sense Tong Guan's true nature. Behind the stunning beauty that made her face pale was an unfathomable presence that was like that of a celestial. It was like an abyss blocking her path. On Emperor's Step Peak, Ning Daoqi looked at the ruins that had been burned to ashes. He threw his head back and roared in grief and indignation. Lu Li swept her gaze over the traces left behind by the fierce battle. The tragedy from last night was still vivid in her mind. Kind Boathouse, the leader of the orthodox path in the Central Plains for 100 years, the pillar of Buddhism. Their sect was destroyed here. To be continued. Chapter 395. Ning Daoqi sat for a long time. When he opened his mouth, Lu Li realized that he had aged a lot overnight. His silver-white sideburns had also become withered. He said in a dry voice, "My young friend Lu, is there still hope in this world? Yangguang has committed atrocities and massacres. Outside, the Qilin blood demon has turned Goryeo and the Turks into mountains of corpses and seas of blood. You have an even more dangerous Qilin demon sealed in your body. Once the divine tree by the Yangtze River blooms, it will be the end of the world. Great sky fiend Yangguang massacred the righteous path with the guards, and the divine tree Qilin demon wants to bathe the world in blood. All of this, and the shadow of the primordial sky fiend king. Is there still hope for the world?" Ning Daoqi closed his eyes tiredly as if he could not bear to read. He said in pain, "Originally, I was still confident that I would protect the peace and joy of the world, even if I had to sacrifice my life. But after seeing the tragedy of Goryeo and the Turks, I am truly afraid. Are Fu Kailin and Baishan not strong enough? Is the Turks of Goryeo not as strong as the Sui?" He sighed in the most despairing tone. "But they are all dead. Turks, Goryeo, Silla, Beach, Tuyuhan, the 100 countries of the western regions, the countries of Nanyang, and even further countries, Sindhu, India, Arabia, they are all destroyed. Lu Li looked at the withered old man who seemed to have lost his life and sighed deeply. This is what my heart desires. Even if I die 9 times, I will not regret it. Fellow Taoist Ning, you have forgotten your original intentions. He pointed at Ning Daochi's chest and said, Fellow Taoist, you were originally a free and unfettered person in the world. You went to the mortal world for the sake of righteousness. Was it to shoulder the fate of the people in the world? Ning Daochi looked hesitantly at Lu Li and saw him shake his head. I know that what fellow Taoist wants is nothing more than a clear conscience. Now the world is in danger, and all living beings are suffering. In this time of danger, we bravely face it. All we want is a clear conscience. The world's situation has deteriorated to this extent. Do you and I have any other choice but to do what we know is impossible? Ning Daochi lowered his head in thought for a few moments before raising his head with a bitter smile. It seems I overestimated myself. But fellow Taoist, I still want to work a little harder to seek a chance for the world. If we want to stop the blood demon now, we must first prevent me from falling into her hands. Although we haven't seen the blood shadow of the Qilin blood demon, she must be able to sense my location. Therefore, there was no way he could avoid it. If he wanted to stop the Qilin demon, he had to rely on another power that completely countered it, the divine tree Eva. If the Qilin can obtain my main body or time, the Qilin will. We have to stop the Qilin demon from devouring me before the tree bears fruit in a week. Then, we have to destroy the fruit before the Qilin demon does. Not only do I have to prevent the divine tree from destroying the world, but I also have to work together with the divine tree to destroy the Kirin blood demon. At the same time, I also have to restrict the Kirin demon's main body in my body. If even one of them goes wrong, the world will inevitably be destroyed. Ning Daochi asked, Do you have a plan? Lu Li shook her head. Other than a few helpers, I have nothing. I have already given them a signal. They will meet up with us in the next few days and face the final battle together. Ning Daochi nodded. He no longer had any of his previous weakness and despair. His eyes were filled with determination. Although the Qilin demon is wreaking havoc and the righteous path is in danger, this old Taoist still has some friends who have survived. The only wish of us living corpses is to stop the Qilin demon's rampage and avenge our fellow Taoists. Moreover, there are the Turks and Goryeo experts who have survived. Even if they have to give up their lives, they will avenge their country. Their resolve will be even firmer than ours. 30 li downstream from Jiangling, under the still, dazzling divine tree, Ning Daochi and Lu Li sat in front of Eva's virtual consciousness, scratching their heads as they stared at the multicolored ball of light. A way to eradicate the Qilin demon. Eva grimaced in thought. The Qilin demon is a complete counter to my existence. Damn it. Even if I put all the consciousnesses of the world into the world I created, the Qilin demon will still be able to corrode my psychic world like a virus. In the end, it will devour me who can hold everything. I can hold everything. But an extremely selfish existence like the Qilin demon is still very troublesome. If it hadn't grown strong, I could still slowly grind away at itself in the psychic world. But since the Qilin demon has already developed a divine ability like Blood Shadow, it has matured to a dangerous level. I can only hold the consciousnesses of most of the planet's plants. Although I'm powerful, I can't do anything to it unless all the humans in this world are willing to offer themselves and fuse into my psychic world to help me activate the heaven and earth as the furnace, creation as the work, yin and yang as the coal, all creation as the copper. I can hold the consciousnesses of all living beings in the past and future, burn them, and refine them into the unified Alea consciousness. Only by opening a new timeline can we protect you and this planet from being devoured by the Qilin demon. Ning Daochi frowned. What about the consequences? What will happen to the living beings who offer themselves? Fuel. Endless memories, spirit, soul, and variables are mixed together and completely combusted. This energy and information can completely create a new world or a new timeline. Eva answered naively. Hearing this answer, Lu Li and Ning Daoqi could only smile bitterly. Lu Li could not help but ask, "Is there no other possibility?" The power of Master's highest creations in this world, the gods, demons, and Buddhas, have already reached the peak. There's no possibility of restraining them. Unless Master personally takes action, the complete Qilin demon is unstoppable, Eva answered firmly. However, Lu Li keenly sensed a change. You're talking about gods, demons, and Buddhas. If you represent gods, and the Qilin demon represents demons, then the victorious fighting martial spirit in my body should represent Buddhas, right? In other words, with the power of the victorious fighting martial spirit, the unity of gods and Buddhas should be able to suppress the demons. That's true, Eva answered. The unity of gods and Buddhas can indeed control the Qilin demon, but the result is the same. It takes too long for the martial spirit to mature. If we follow Master's plan and plant the seeds of the victorious fighting martial spirit in the consciousness of all living beings, then I will open up the consciousness space and use the souls of all living beings as nourishment to grow the strongest victorious fighting Buddha martial spirit that truly gathers all the fighting potential of humans. As the strongest fighting consciousness that can suppress the sea of consciousness of all living beings on this planet, not to mention one Qilin demon. Even 100 invaders will be beaten like dogs by the victorious fighting Buddha. And after I taken all the living beings on this planet, my body will instead devour the Qilin demon. I will split the stars of this galaxy as the energy source, melt the 9 planets as my body, and create the strongest starship. I will become the main brain of the starship. The victorious fighting Buddha will be the combat system, and the Qilin demon will be the weapon. I will open up the plane route for Master to chase Niwa and the rest to the other side. In the future, the Qilin demon combat body and the victorious fighting Buddha martial spirit will be one. Not only will it retain the Qilin demon's ferocious fighting instincts, but it will also have the first fighting consciousness to assist in controlling it. It will become the strongest humanoid fighting weapon. If it is mass-produced, we will definitely be able to beat those so-called celestials to the ground. Eva passionately explained her plan. She even projected the ultimate warship that had plundered all the resources on Earth in her consciousness space. The starship's main brain was forged from the consciousness of all living beings on the planet, and the Earth sun was melted into the body of the starship. The Qilin demon was not only the most terrifying weapon of the starship, it was also the best way to forge the body of the starship. In the plan of the primordial demon, the Qilin demon would be controlled by Eva and the victorious fighting Buddha system, fusing with the tree of God to become the best starship body, while the Qilin demon's consciousness would become one with the Buddha to create the strongest biological weapon. Thinking of this, Lu Li and Ning Daoqi shuddered. Ning Daoqi trembled as he asked, "What about humans? What are humans in this plan?" Chapter 396. Walking in Chang. And Chun Ong didn't pay much attention to the fated battle between the Qilin demon and Lu Li. To him, these were all things that had already happened. No matter how it developed, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. These 2 virus-like creations would definitely enter the main god's reincarnation system. On the contrary, the body he created for himself attracted his attention. After all, I'm going to be a spy soon. Except for the most basic body, most of my strength shouldn't be exposed. Even if I don't enter the core plane of the main god system as a reincarnator, I still have to consider the main god's defense mechanism. Even if the Tang world has a reasonable identity, this plane has been isolated from the main god's reincarnation system. It's obvious that the defense mechanism is active. A dragon can't be hidden in a shallow water. Chenong sighed. Originally, he planned to use Yangguang as a disguise to slowly infiltrate the main god. He didn't expect the main god's defense mechanism to be so decisive. Once the plane went out of his control, he activated the fuse system and isolated the Tang plane. If it wasn't for Qinong finding a way to trick a few teams of reincarnators, his plan to infiltrate the main god space would probably have failed. This main god must have suffered a loss. I just don't know if it's a civilization that developed in a leap in the plane system, or if it was invaded by other multiverse organizations. If it's the latter, it can still fight back. What if it's the former? Haha, that's enough for it to suffer. The development of civilization was always based on exploring the external world, understanding, researching, and deeply summarizing the laws of development of the objective world. The path of science was called science. The path of magic was called truth. The path of Xianxia was called heavenly axiom. If a civilization grew in the main god's space system, then it must have a high level of understanding of the main god's own laws and rules when it reached a certain level. Just like how intelligent life forms in video games began to research the code that made up their world. This type of civilization was like the most terrifying virus to a main god system. The plane where the civilization transitioned would be the cancerous cells of the main god system. Qinong could almost imagine the civilization spreading like a virus in the main god's space system. The most outstanding beings of countless worlds would join in the great revolution against the main god, control the main god, and fight for freedom. The most intelligent, brave, great, ambitious, and outstanding people of countless planes would gather, shouting, "The main god is dead! Civilization shall rise!" Gods, do you have the guts? I'd rather die than be free. With such a slogan, the most outstanding geniuses in the countless dimensions tried to understand and break down God Dimension's natural laws, destroying the very foundation of its existence. Many ambitious people wanted to overthrow and control it. This was a battle between the countless dimensional civilizations and God Dimension. Generally speaking, the victors weren't sovereigns. Perhaps the main god system Qinong was facing would be lucky enough to nip this terrifying cancerous civilization in the bud, but they would definitely be scared out of their wits. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so neurotic as to create so many powerful defenses. If you want to come into contact with the core, you'll need to find a world that the main god is unable to control, that the main god is currently infiltrating, and that the main god will be unable to give up on such a world that is of great benefit to the main god as bait. It's best if such a world isn't under the main god's control. In fact, it'll be difficult for the main god to obtain control over such a world. Generally speaking, this means that the main god is highly skilled in combat. Qinong calmly designed, in order to adapt to the laws of that world, it's best to invade it in the form of a seed. After collecting information, it will germinate according to the laws of the world to create immortal bones, spirit roots, martial bodies, and mana-net constitution. Apart from the basic soul and intelligence, it doesn't need to carry anything, just like a completely indigenous life. This is to prevent the world will from being alarmed. Lu Li and Ning Daoqi looked at each other and couldn't help but ask, "Then why didn't you follow the plan and control the Qilin demon's consciousness?" Hearing his question, Eva lost her temper and said, "It's all because of you, trash. As the packaging for the two most important materials, how could you be so useless? You actually let the Qilin demon tear the packaging in your body and eat half of the victorious fighting seed next door. Now, the victorious fighting seed is incomplete, and the consciousness of all living beings can't nurture the strongest battle consciousness. Without the most important part, the plan of the Trinity can't be carried out at all," Eva said with a sad face. Lu Li didn't know whether to feel lucky or sad. It seemed that both paths of development were difficult for him to accept. On the one hand, being devoured by the Qilin demon was miserable, and on the other hand, being used by Eva as a material for the starship didn't seem to be something worth looking forward to. There was no point in guarding against Eva now, and the most important thing was not to be eaten by the Qilin demon. So Lu Li continued to test. Then does His Majesty the primeval demon's plan fail? If the primeval demon didn't expect this, it meant that he wasn't omniscient and omnipotent. But Eva immediately dispelled Li's illusory expectations. How is that possible? His Majesty's plan is just an experiment report in one direction. If His Majesty really wanted to realize it, no matter what happens, no matter how you struggle, will be realized. But Master is evolving without interfering with the experiment. In order to get valuable results, the experiment can't be carried out step by step. The plan I'm talking about is just an experiment plan. If I have the upper hand, the experiment will continue according to the plan. If not, like what you see now, the whole experiment will be led by the Qilin demon, and maybe the victorious fighter will lead the experiment. But now it's broken, we don't know. I control the victorious fighter, and the Qilin demon will form the starship. After the Qilin demon devours me and the victorious fighter, it will also evolve according to Master's experiment plan. Based on her current power, maybe it will be the Blood Sea Demon Qilin, one of the ultimate forms of the Qilin demon body. It will be a liquid battleship. It will still devour the earth and the sun. Li interrupted her. So, there's really no way we can resist the Qilin demon? Of course not. The Qilin demon has the upper hand. Eva said dejectedly. Ning Daoqi suddenly said, Not necessarily. Eva and Li turned to look at him in surprise. Ning Daoqi said with difficulty, although the Qilin demon has a strong advantage, There's one thing we are wrong about. The Qilin blood demon is only a clone of the Qilin demon. The real Qilin demon is still in our hands. We can't resist the Qilin demon, but the Qilin blood demon is not necessarily invincible. At least the Qilin blood demon is not the real Qilin demon yet. He turned to Li and said word by word, The only thing we can do now is to fight the demon with the demon. Chapter 397. Blood rained down, and Ning Daoqi stood with his sword in hand, facing the blood shadows that danced in the air. His green Taoist robe cut a sorry figure. His left hand was curled up powerlessly, and everything below his elbow had already withered. Although he already knew that the blood demons and blood shadows that created the four barbarians were very dangerous and difficult to deal with, it was only when he truly fought them that Ning Daoqi deeply understood how terrifying they were. These blood shadows were formless and immaterial, and could not be harmed by blades or swords. Even highly condensed vital qi would only end up being corroded and devoured. Only a great grandmaster would be able to condense their peerless spiritual cultivation on their weapons and turn it into peerless sword intent and blade intent. Only then would they be able to kill these blood shadows. Even a great grandmaster would only be able to face 3 or 4 blood shadows head-on. If there were any more of them, they would easily be pounced on by the blood shadows and turn into dried-up corpses. Fellow Taoist Ning, an ugly middle-aged man beside him, sighed. If you can survive, please help me plant some white chrysanthemums in my homeland. My 3 disciples are still young. I hope that fellow Taoist Ning will take care of them for my sake. Brother Fu. Ning Daoqi turned his head and wanted to say something, but he could only remain silent. Fu Kalen laughed. Fellow Taoist Ning, you don't have to be sad for me. He stroked the huge wound on his chest that extended to his back and said calmly, The brilliance of life has never been dimmed by death. In the days that I've lived, I've always worked hard to search and think about these mysterious and unfathomable things. I've been moved by the greatness of life. But when I saw an existence like the blood demons, I came to a sudden realization. I've always used the sword Tao to comprehend and search for the mysteries of life, but I've forgotten that it's right beside us. I used my sword to praise and praise the greatness of life, but when I saw it being destroyed and destroyed, I was powerless to protect it. From that moment on, my sword was not only to comprehend and realize the beauty of this world, it was also to protect this touching and beauty. Fu Kalen is willing to die for this. The bright swordsmanship shone with incomparable brilliance in his hands. A lowly life was the ugliest thing in the world, but it was also the most beautiful thing in the world. It was small yet magnificent, fragile yet strong. The bright swordsmanship was a supreme technique that combined chess theory with swordsmanship. However, in Fu Kalen's hands, the most essential aspect of it was his ability to touch life. The subtlety of the technique lay in the fact that he could combine his heart and soul with his sword. What he felt on the outside was illusory, but what he felt on the inside was real. Its essence was to appreciate and savor it from the perspective of a bystander. But at this moment, Fu Kalen gave up the mentality of a bystander and was truly immersed in the praise of life. It was as if he could smell the faint, bitter, and salty fragrance in his memories, as well as the taste of bean rice and pickles when he was young. His memories of Goryeo and his hometown slowly became clearer and more vivid. He was no longer admiring from the side, but truly savoring and immersing himself in it, the bean rice from his hometown when he was young, the warmth of being hugged by his mother in the winter, the joy of holding a sword for the first time, the glory of becoming the only grandmaster in Goryeo. In the end, the blood demon ravaged Goryeo's despair. From that moment on, everything I had died. The moment I held the sword, I just wanted to go back to the past and protect the things in my life that touched me, even if I have to risk my life. Fu Kalen's grip on the sword became firmer. Even the serious injury on his chest couldn't stop him from swinging the sword. He sacrificed his life and emotions to redeem the sword of the past. A shadow that Ning Daochi was very familiar with appeared behind Fu Kalen. The existence that was known as a substitute merged with Fu Kalen's body. He swung the unparalleled sword, taking away a small portion of the blood shadows in the sky, as well as his life. Under Fu Hongyan's astonished gaze, some of the blood gods dispersed the bloody light around them. Some of them were ordinary farmers, some were soldiers and merchants, but they were all dressed in Goryeo attire. They had clearly been transformed into blood gods, and their essence had been contaminated. However, at this moment, under Fu Kalen's sword, they actually returned to their original forms. Millions of souls rejoiced and calmly dispersed with Fu Kalen, returning to heaven and earth. I want to eat the kimchi of my hometown again. Fu Kalen's body suddenly fell after he finished his last sentence. Ning Daochi cried, "Brother Fu!" Even though Fu Kalen sacrificed his life to save millions of souls, the number of blood shadows in the sky didn't decrease at all. The thick blood clouds pressed toward Ning Daochi bit by bit. On the banks of the Yangtze River, countless Ning Daochi fought with the blood shadows with swords, protecting the blossoming divine tree behind them. Bai Xian stood under the blood clouds with his spear. When he looked back and saw Fu Kalen fall, he also sighed tiredly. Brother Fu is also gone. We should have died when the Turks in Goryeo were destroyed, but the belief of revenge kept us alive. Kirin Blood Demon, I, Bai Xian, have lived until now, just to shoot this spear at you for us, the Turks. Bai Xian raised the moon wolf spear in his hand and roared. The Jingzhai has been destroyed. How can Fei Xuan live? It's a pity that I couldn't take revenge on Yangguang with my own hands. But to die for the world, sure Fei Xuan has no regrets. When the nest is overturned, how can there be an unbroken egg? I didn't expect that the day would come when the Dark Sunflower sect will fight alongside the merciful Boathouse. Zhu Yuyan laughed loudly. She laughed 3 times and cried 3 times. Suddenly, she turned her head and glared at a middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar and looked far more elegant than her. The man looked at the blood clouds above his head, and he was lost in thought. When he heard Zhu Yuyan's cries and laughter, he turned his head to look at her and said calmly, Yuan is still as elegant as ever, but I sure am already old and weak. Ning Daochi's face was covered in tears. He absorbed the substitute's power of time without caring about anything else. He even used up his own time. If I can survive this disaster, I will naturally have a lot of methods to make up for it. If I can't survive this disaster, what's the use of all the time I have left? So I still have 30 years of life left. With this, I have another 300,000 clones to fight against the blood demon. Of course, this method of squeezing out his own time was not as easy as Ning Daoqi said. Absorbing his own source of time meant that once his main body's lifespan was over, Ning Daoqi would not even be a wandering ghost anymore. He would no longer exist in this world. At this moment, the entire world's time seemed to have frozen. Fu Hongyan looked at the group of people who were trying to resist with the strength of ants in front of her. She looked at their powerless struggle and delay. She said calmly, "Meaningless struggle. Even if you fight with your lives and give everything you have, you are still chess pieces that cannot escape from the chessboard." Chapter 398. Sitting under the divine tree. Lu Li watched the green fruits ripening little by little. Not far away in the bloody clouds, Ning Daoqi and the Tang storyline masters were trying their best to stop Fu Hongyan's scions of the Blood God army outside the divine tree. According to the agreement, if Fu Hongyan came in person, Eva would stop her and prevent her from devouring Lu Li and the fruits of the divine tree. Please search for the complete list. The novel of the day. Eva, will your plan succeed? Lu Li sat cross-legged on the ground and couldn't help but ask. Eva's orb of light flickered twice and said blankly, "I don't know either. According to my calculations, if the two of us combine, we might be able to control the Qilin demon's main body. However, there are too many variables in the process of carrying out the plan, so no one can be completely confident. My experimental plan was able to perfectly control the Kirin demon. But wasn't it all because of the problem with your packaging that you completely overturned? Don't talk too much. Without the help of the blood god, the incomplete body of the Qilin demon isn't confident in overwhelming me. That's why she hasn't made a move yet. However, I still have to focus on her. When the fruit of the tree of God ripens, the Qilin demon will make a move no matter what. You have to remember to swallow the fruit with my consciousness first. Your innate nature leans towards nothingness, so you're very suitable as a vessel. Otherwise, Master wouldn't have chosen you to carry the victorious fighter and the Qilin demon. Because of your indefinite nature, any new personality can be smoothly replaced, and there won't be any problems like personality conflicts. Humans attach great importance to their ego. For an existence like you, who doesn't care about ego to appear, it's really weird. Eva mumbled. Self is a false proposition. Although the main god wanted me to forget some things, I still recalled all the strange memories due to your master's manipulation. A brand new existence that has your memories, emotions, and everything about you. Is it still you? Just like the Theseus ship paradox that has been circulating for a long time. Lu Li said calmly, "A ship that can sail for hundreds of years, thanks to constant maintenance and replacement parts. As soon as a piece of wood rotted, it would be replaced and so on until all the functional parts were no longer the same. The question is, will this ship be the original Theseus ship? If we use the old parts of Theseus ship to build a new ship, which of the two ships would be the real Theseus ship?" Eva replied, "Of course, both of them." Lu Li smiled. A being like Eva did not have the consciousness that there should not be a second self in the world, because every plan in the world was a part of Eva and a complete Eva. She had gotten used to the existence of countless me at the same time. However, Lu Li didn't think so. In my opinion, neither of them are. A person cannot step into the same river twice. As time passes, the existence of the self will always die and be reborn. I only understood this principle and stopped clinging to the self, because the self will inevitably die. So, I don't mind becoming another existence. You've been pretending to be human in front of others. Eva exposed him. There's actually a lot of emptiness under your skin. You could even be called a psychopath. In a sense, people like you are also very scary. No wonder you can't control the Qilin demon even with the victorious fighting martial spirit. So you don't mind becoming a Qilin demon. Yes, but I don't have no feelings. For my teammates, for my responsibility, I cannot become a Qilin demon. I can die, but Lu Li cannot. He is the burden of responsibility, obligation, emotions, and memories. So even if we become one, fusing the gods, Buddhas, and demons to become a new self, he still needs to inherit everything from Luli, including responsibility, emotions, memories, and love. Apart from that, everything about the self is insignificant to me. The fruit of the divine tree slowly ripened, and the blood cloud, not far away, also became more and more agitated. The colorful divine tree turned into a ball of fire and shot out rays of warm and comfortable light, which directly merged into the glass-like fruit in the center. Eva's huge consciousness system began to copy into the fruit. This was the most dangerous moment. Even Eva, who was the last line of defense, couldn't spare a hand. Looking at the woman in red walking over from afar, Luli felt a little bitter in his mouth. This time, he could only rely on himself. The demonic nature in his body was boiling. If it weren't for the Hishibi on his neck, Luli would have been devoured by the Qilin demon in his body. But now he was not much better. A living Qilin demon was standing in front of him, which was not much safer than the one in his body. But to his surprise, Fu Hongyan didn't move. Instead, she made a please gesture to the person behind him. Under Lu Li's horrified gaze, Chenong walked out from behind him with divine martial arts. With a shake of his hand, he killed the backup plan that Lu Li had prepared. Chenong smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. I won't stop you from devouring the divine tree, and the same goes for Fu Hongyan. To be honest, the trump card you prepared is not very good. If Fu Hongyan really wants to devour you, that guy won't last 3 seconds. It's better to let Ning Daoqi be the last line of defense. Even divine martial arts won't last 3 minutes." Lu Li was confused. "No, it's because he can run." Chin Ong replied, "He is a reincarnated traveler. When his life is threatened, he won't risk his life like Ning Daoqi." Picking up the fruit of the divine tree, Chin Ong threw it to Lu Li. The Hishibi slowly floated to Chin Ang's palm. Both Lu Li and Fu Hongyan heard the notification from the Lord. The qi of the dragon vein has been completely gathered. The Hishibi is in the hands of the Chosen One. The battle for the Hishibi is over. Yang Guang's team, Wind Chasers, and Hongyan won. The remaining number of people in the other teams, 1 person. If they fail, they will be eliminated. After 30 seconds, the team that wins the battle will return to the Lord's space. The moment Lu Li heard the notification, he swallowed the fruit of the divine tree. On the earth of the Tang dynasty, all the humans were sleeping in the spiritual waves emitted by the plants around them. Through the connection of the collective consciousness of the plants with Eva, the consciousness of all the humans in the world was pulled into the virtual space she created. Under the power of the Lord's teleportation, Lu Li, Fu Hongyan, and their team disappeared from this world. Meanwhile, Chin Ang's consciousness also followed the traces of the Lord's teleportation and locked onto a certain direction in the endless void. The consciousness of all the humans in the Tang dynasty was suddenly connected to the dark universe in the form of the heavenly demonic stone. The collective consciousness sealed inside the dark universe, the will of China, began to choose the person to transmit its will. Chapter 399. At the foot of Qixia Mountain near Jinling City, a group of people were looking at the sky in the distance. A bearded man in a blue robe said to the people beside him, "Brothers, Brother Wang, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach Jinling City today. It's hard to walk on the mountain road at night. Let's find a place to stay for the night." There were quite a number of people in their group, so they were familiar with the geography. Jiu Li identified the direction and said, "Master, there should be a Sanqing temple nearby. Although it's only a small temple, it's enough for us to stay for the night." "Oh, but it's a place for them to cultivate. Is it convenient for us to disturb them?" The bearded man considerately considered. Jiu Li laughed and said, "There's only an old Taoist priest and a Taoist boy he adopted in the temple. The master and the disciple worshipped the incense of the 3 pure ones. They also let the pilgrims stay overnight to earn some money. Tourists who want to stay in Shisha Mountain will also go to the temple to stay. We just need to pay more incense money. We won't disturb them." The bearded man heard this and said, "That's good. You guys wait here for a while. I'll go visit the old Taoist priest first, so that we won't disturb him with so many people." In the temple, a young Taoist priest was sleeping soundly under the sacred elephant of the three pure ones. As the bearded man climbed the mountain path toward the Taoist temple step by step, his sleeping face became more and more solemn. A gust of purple smoke rose from his skin, and a sense of nobility, tranquility, and fragrance rose from his body. It gradually spread outside the main hall and reached a sloppy monk in the courtyard outside. Amitabha, the sloppy monk, put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha with a smile on his face. Another Taoist friend has solved the mystery of the womb, realized the past, and was enlightened. Great kindness, looking at his chi, it's clear and noble, pure and wonderful. He must be the reincarnation of a master of the orthodox mystic door. But for some reason, no one guided him. Chen Ong opened his eyes. His vision was rather dim. There was only a single eternal lamp burning beside the imperial desk of the three purities. His consciousness crossed the endless heavens and universe and suddenly entered this descended body. He was slightly not used to it. He stood up and moved his limbs before lighting up the oil lamp in the main hall. Chen Ong sensed the bearded man walking in from the outside. Only then did he understand why his descent experience, which was created across countless universes, was suddenly touched. So it's him. I thought it would be the 3 talents and 3 luck that touched me. I didn't expect it to be Li Yingqiang's father. No wonder it caused a change in karma and drew my consciousness into this world. At this moment, Chen Ong was completely a mortal fetus. Other than an outstanding body of spirituality, he did not have any mana. His descent experience, which was projected into the heavens and universe, had no parents. He was born to appear outside the Shisha temple and was adopted by the old Taoist. As there was only a soul simulated by a little spiritual light that was connected to Chinang's main consciousness, he was born stupid. The karma of this world was so strict that it was almost as wide as Skynet. It was really a place where gods were everywhere. Countless Buddhas, bodhisattvas, immortals, and emperors were concerned about this place from the spiritual celestial world and even the real heavenly realm. It could be said to be one of the most terrifying worlds in the heavens and universe. It was no wonder that the main gods only dared to lurk deep and wait for the right time to make a move. Chen Ong had no doubt that if he showed a method that was not from this world and let the emperors and Buddhas of the upper realm peep into his identity as an outsider, there would immediately be a drop of immortals descending to live in seclusion beside him. Then there would be countless bodhisattvas and emperors paying close attention to him. If there was any unusual movement, he would fall into the trap of those powerful people who would calculate for thousands of years. If he exposed his threat, there would be a divine punishment and several emperors' clones descending to kill him. Therefore, Chen Ong had to carefully adapt to the heavenly Tao of this world and the net of karma. In this terrifying world where there were experts who could calculate and investigate at every turn, he had to hide his true nature and blend into this world to search for the hidden pawn controlled by the main god. Chen Ong silently used his primordial spirit to calculate the reason why Li Ning appeared here without alarming the Long-Brow Immortal. At this time, the Long-Brow Immortal had just ascended, and the 2 heroes and 3 clouds had been determined. The fate of important people like Li Ning and Zhou Chun was extremely sensitive. If there was any disturbance, it would cause the Long-Brow Immortal's friends and disciples to investigate. If Li Ning did not barge into the door, Chen Ong did not intend to get involved in this. However, since there was such a good opportunity, it was better to make contact with the Amei sect. In this world, he and the Amei sect were natural allies. The Amei sect had to follow the will of heaven, calculate and prosper, and lead the world's righteous people to ascend. On the other hand, Qin Ong had to find the main god who was preparing to disturb the karma, obscure the mysteries of heaven, and prepare to invade this world. Their positions were naturally the same. If the main god wanted to disturb the karma and obscure the mysteries of heaven, he would definitely stand on the side of the unorthodox path. Naturally, Qin Ong would choose to wait with the righteous path and take the opportunity to kill the unorthodox path one by one to find out who had been replaced by the main god. The green-robed patriarch, the ancient demon corpse, the venerable poisonous dragon, Su Feinyang, the three phoenixes, there are so many unorthodox experts of the demonic path. Who exactly is destined to be replaced by the main god? Qin Ong smiled. This time, I want to turn over a new leaf. I want to be a righteous sword immortal who exterminates evil and upholds justice. I want to be a chivalrous, loyal, and righteous Taoist master. I want to be a carefree and unfettered senior expert. I want to be an accomplice of the Amei sect's 7 dwarves who bully the unorthodox path, and a nanny who helps the younger generation of the Amei sect to punish evil. It's a pity that I can't dominate the world with my demonic flames and fierce power. Qin Ong sighed. At this time, Qin Ong already understood the cause and effect of Li Ning's appearance here. It turned out that it was the end of the Ming dynasty. Zhang Xianzhong and Li Zicheng were causing trouble in the northern Shaanxi provinces. Li Ning, Zhou Chun, and Yang Da were mingling in Jianghu with the lives of the 3 heroes of Qilu. This time it was Zhou Chun's good friend, the great salt merchant Wang Changluo. Because of the trade of grain for salt permits, he wanted to protect the salt from Shaanxi to Yangzhou. Because of the rebellion of the refugees, he asked the 3 of them to protect him. At this time, the group was about to arrive in Nanjing. They stayed in Qixia Mountain and found a place to stay. Qin Ong also knew that when they arrived in Nanjing, they would meet Mao Tai, who was known as the 8-armed bear, and cut off 2 of his fingers. Because Zhou Chun was trapped by Mao Tai's word to let him go, this caused Mao Tai, who would become the disciple of the Golden Arhut Fa Yuan decades later, to seek revenge on them. This started the beginning of the legend of the swordsman of Mount Shu, the battle between good and evil, and the beginning of the calamity of Tsiyun Temple. In this way, everything that was about to happen now was the beginning of the Amei sect's prosperity and the 3 battles between good and evil. At this time, Li Ning had already knocked on the door of Qixia Temple 3 times. Is there no one in this temple? Li Ning could not help but ask hesitantly after a long time did not hear a response. At this time, the side door of Qixia Temple was pulled open with a squeak. A sloppy monk poked his head out and asked Li Ning, "Just now, was it you who knocked on the door?" To be continued. Chapter 400. A monk coming out of the Taoist temple was already out of Li Ning's expectations. He had heard from someone who was familiar with the area that there were 2 Taoists, one old and one young, living in the temple. He immediately became wary. On this trip, Wang Changluo had brought salt permits worth over 10,000 taels of silver. It was hard to prevent someone from replacing the Taoists here and plotting against them. Although Wang Changluo had come to Qixia Mountain in a roundabout way, taking the opportunity to tour Qixia's magnificent scenery, there were many strange people in the world. It was hard to guarantee that there would be people who could foresee the future and set up traps. Li Ning immediately cupped his hands and said, "Sorry to disturb you, master. We are passing merchants who heard about the beauty of Qixia maple leaves and came to the mountains to enjoy it. We missed the time to go back. We would like to stay in this temple for the night. I wonder if master can accommodate us." The sloppy monk looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Li Ning saw that although his face was dirty and his fingernails were covered in dirt, his eyes were clear and bright. They did not have the murky blood vessels of secular beggars and wandering monks. Instead, they had the clarity and wisdom of a monk. This made him even more certain that he was not an ordinary person. As he thought this, he could not help but show it in his actions. He respected the sloppy monk even more. Monks, Taoists, children, women, and young girls who travel alone in Jianghu cannot be offended. There are many strange people among monks and Taoists, but women and children are weak. To be able to travel alone, they must have abilities that ordinary people cannot. Li Ning secretly observed the sloppy monk. He immediately felt that he was a strange person dressed like a monk or a Taoist, or even a sort of mortal. I am also residing in this 3 pure temple. I heard you knocking, so I came to open the door for you. I am not the owner of this place. The old monk opened the door for him and stumbled inside. He shook his head and said, "Clean up the wing and stay in this courtyard. Just don't barge into other courtyards. This old monk is a light sleeper at night and is easily woken up. Since Master is not the owner of this Taoist temple, I should inform the owner." Li Ning apologized. The sloppy monk smiled and waved his hand. "There are only 2 Taoist priests here. The old Taoist priest died half a year ago, leaving behind a young Taoist priest who is silly and foolish. He won't even open the door for you. You should deal with him yourself." When Lin Ning heard this, he told the manservant beside him to inform the people behind him of the situation. He then pushed the door open and walked in. It was not a small courtyard. No one had taken care of it for a long time. The corners were overgrown with weeds. From afar, he could see the 2 courtyards at the back. It was dark and there were no lights. There was only a faint light in the last hall. It should be the main hall that worshipped the 3 pure ones. After tidying up the rooms on both sides, he heard that the group of people behind him had arrived. Everyone worked together to tidy up the courtyard. Soon, they lit up the lanterns, making the courtyard bustling with activity and a lot of noise. On this side, Lin Ning and the others had just moved in. On the other side, Chinong had roughly figured out his current situation. The old Taoist priest was not a master with mana. The few Taoist books left behind were also common goods. Only a handwritten Taoist canon with Yang talisman and divine talisman scripture was interesting. However, it was also the foundation for Taoist cultivators. It recorded a few crude spells. It should be known that Mount Shu was different from any world that Chenong had experienced. It was a world that had truly taken the path of transcendence and opened the door to transcendence. Not only were the laws and rules of this world stricter than what Chenong had ever seen, even the cultivation system was the most perfect. It could be said that if one followed the path of this world step by step, the possibility of achieving immortality and ascending to a higher dimension was greater than any other world. The mystic door of the righteous path had a perfect cultivation system. The Buddhist sect had a wide range of doors to enlighten people without discrimination. The unorthodox sects, demonic sects, and evil sects had supplementary exploration. In addition, the perfect karma and fate, the external system of karma, and the accumulation of reincarnation made this world exceptionally friendly to Taoists who intended to transcend. There was no greed and chaos of plundering resources. There was no food chain of Taoist cultivators who fought each other to the death. As long as one stood upright, maintained a pure mind, did not do anything greedy, foolish, evil, indiscriminate killing, bigotry, and did not have any delusion or evil thoughts, even if one walked the unorthodox path for a while, there would be a day when one cultivated to transcendence. Even if one pursued freedom and was not willing to ascend to heaven and be controlled by the emperor of the heaven realm, as long as one avoided the 49 heavenly tribulations in the human world, one could be a free earth spirit and play freely. Under such circumstances, as long as one did not commit heinous crimes, one would have the opportunity to reincarnate. Although Chenong was not a reincarnated Taoist like the sloppy monk had imagined, he was still a mighty person who had crossed over a dozen planes of existence. His knowledge spanned across the mystic doors, Shinto path, and the mysteries of science. Although he did not understand the cultivation methods of this world, he could still make a rough deduction based on a few of the most basic talisman spells in the Taoist canon's miscellaneous magical Yang talisman scripture. It turned out that the Taoist cultivators of this world were the same as the heroes and swordsmen of Jianghu. They practiced the innate qi in their bodies and then visualized and stored it in their minds, subdued the distracting thoughts in their minds, and tempered their vital spirit and soul. They also took the path of refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, and refining spirit into void. However, the biggest difference between the early Taoist cultivators and the swordsmen of Jianghu was the mana in their bodies. Chun Ong put away his distracting thoughts, adjusted his vital qi, and mingled in his mind. His consciousness was detached from the world, and he forgot about himself and the world. He threw away the demons of the five senses and the understanding and restriction of shape, sound, color, and quality. He grasped another sense of the human body outside of the five senses, consciousness. He sank into the observation of all things in heaven and earth, and grasped the essence of all things in the surroundings, qi. At this step, he had to restrain his mind and wake up from the chaotic feeling, and visualize talismans, images, and external spirits in his mind. The key was to have a spirit in his mind that was compatible with the nature of heaven and earth, and to be compatible with the vital qi in his body and the external qi. The representative of the spirit of heaven and earth was the talisman. The talisman was the spirit of heaven and earth, and the talisman was the seal of ghosts and deities. It drove the vital qi of heaven and earth, communicated with the spirit of heaven and earth, and restrained the ghosts and deities. It drew the vital qi in the body and turned it into a talisman seed in the dantian. This was the beginning of transcendence energy. There were many different talismans in the Taoist canon of the Yang talisman, divine talisman scripture. There were the soul-driving talisman and spirit summoning talisman to summon ghosts and deities, the transportation talisman and teleportation talisman to move objects, the fire talisman and water talisman to create fire and water, and the evil exorcism talisman to drive away demons, the devil victory talisman. They were all crude, simple, and common talismans that could only be used to cultivate some shallow transcendence energy. With this kind of transcendence energy, if one wanted to carry heavy objects and move objects through space, he had to have the transportation talisman. He had to cultivate a talisman with his own vital qi and store it in the dantian. It was the transportation of transcendence energy. When it was time to use it, he only needed to use the vital qi talisman to control this transcendence energy and move objects. After the transcendence energy was used up, he had to store it again. If one wanted to practice controlling fire and obtain transcendence energy, he had to store the transcendence energy of the fire talisman. According to this principle, if one wanted to cultivate any kind of transcendence energy, he had to store a talisman that could realize the transcendence energy. For the rogue cultivators, the transcendence energy they had was very shallow. Sometimes, to show their ability, they had to store dozens of talismans in the dantian at the same time. The transcendence energy was very heterogeneous. As for the big sects like Amei and Wu Tai, or the rogue immortals from overseas who had a complete inheritance, most of them had their own lineage of talisman inheritance. As long as several kinds of basic talismans were combined and matched at will, one could cultivate all kinds of inconceivably profound transcendence energy. They were all formed by the true talisman of the Tian Fu, or the nine heavens, treasured talisman, divine talisman, formed by one's own unique vital qi. It could drive away ghosts and deities, control fire and water, control flying swords. It was omnipotent. Therefore, in the human world's folklores and legends, among the cultivators who cultivated transcendence energy, there were half-baked swindlers and sorceresses, and there were also swordsmen with profound transcendence energy. It was all because of the difference between the transcendence energy and talismans. The transcendence energy, cultivated by the true talisman of the Tian Fu, was naturally much more powerful than the common talismans in the scripture of the Taoist canon of the Yang talisman, divine talisman. The scripture of the Yang talisman of the Taoist canon of the Yang talisman, divine talisman, was the only one in Qin Ang's possession. The fire talisman, exorcism talisman, Spirit Summoning Talisman, and other talismans recorded in it were at the top of the sky. If one cultivated some superficial and heterogeneous transcendence energy, with the true chi that Chenong had cultivated, he could at most lift a rock the size of a human head and move some small objects. Or he could spit out a little flame that was as thick as a finger and wet the clothes on his body. Chapter 401. With a little effort, Chenong stored several talisman seeds in his dantian. There were transportation talisman, teleportation talisman, fire talisman, water talisman, exorcism talisman, devil victory talisman, and so on. He circulated the vital chi in his body and combined them. Immediately, dozens of vital chi talismans were separated and hidden in his dantian. When his vital chi ran out, there were already several kinds of talisman seeds. Each talisman had about 17 or 18 chi talismans hidden in his dantian. Looking at them with his spiritual awareness, they were shining with spiritual light and looked quite attractive. Chenong stretched out his hand and flicked out a chi talisman, activating the chi of heaven and earth. He attached it to a small table next to him. With a thought, that small table floated up into the air shakily. It was only a small table that weighed dozens of kilograms, and it floated no more than half a foot high. When he tried to activate it again, it shook and could no longer rise. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the magical power that Chenong attached to its body dispersed, and the small tea set fell to the ground. Chenong was almost angered to the point of laughing. He knew that the scripture of the Taoist canons, Yang, talisman, divine, talisman scripture, that was obtained by the old Taoist wouldn't be anything good. But his current display was still unbearable to watch. Chenong only had the most basic breathing and meditation. The vital chi he cultivated was also first-class pure and not inferior to any direct disciple of the mystic door. Under such circumstances, the talisman magic power that he cultivated could only achieve this effect. It was conceivable that the magic power cultivated by the Taoist canon of Yang talisman and divine talisman scripture was mixed and crude. I originally wanted to hide my origin and try not to use methods that are not of this world, but now it seems that I can't. Chenong reluctantly dispersed the talisman seed in his dantian and restored his pure true chi. The method I created to enter the path will definitely carry my understanding and imprint. If it falls into the hands of an expert who is proficient in divination, they might be able to use it to spy on me. Also, I have never experienced the world of immortals. My way of thinking is deeply rooted in science. If I am not careful, I might arouse the vigilance of the main gods. Therefore, it is best to use the native method of immortals to derive and evolve it. In this way, I need something to use as a reference. Although he had never come into contact with the civilization of immortals, Chenong did have such a memory. When he and the professor worked together to project Chenong from another timeline, they summoned cult Master Chin from the parallel world of immortals. With a wave of the Milky River, the outer god Chenong created in the apocalypse was turned into ashes. This cult Master Chin was a supreme existence of the Tao fruit of the celestial Tao, and he was extremely cruel. Even a scroll of the celestial river he casually drew contained an extremely profound mystery of the celestial Tao, and it was more than enough to deduce the method of entering the Tao. Chenong entered a meditative state again. He closed his eyes and visualized the Milky River that cult Master Chin had drawn that day. It was a vast and endless Milky River that seemed to contain the starry sky. At this moment, when the vital chi in his body surged, it also produced the sound of the surging waves of a great river. The pure vital chi absorbed the water vapor in the surrounding air, metamorphosing into drops of true water, and was absorbed into his dantian. In just a short while, the shallow non-attribute vital chi in Chenong's body had completely metamorphosed into the Kuei water vital chi. As his primordial spirit operated silently, Chenong used his supreme wisdom to derive the mysteries of the path contained in the Milky River. Due to the limitations of his body, Such a large-scale calculation and deduction quickly exhausted his brain power. But at this moment, 9 talisman seeds jumped out of the Milky River in his sea of consciousness and fell into his dantian. They fused with the Ku'e water vital chi and turned into the foundation of magical power. The magical power of the Milky River in his dantian was like a drop of transparent water. Each drop was condensed from the Ku'e water vital chi absorbed by the 9 Milky River talismans. It was equivalent to a trace of magical power in the Taoist canon's Yang talisman, divine, talisman scripture. The magical use of the Milky River magical power is even more than I expected. Cult Master Qin is indeed an existence comparable to the apocalypse. In his timeline, he should have already reached the peak of the immortals. Just by comprehending the attack that he used to create the Milky River, I can already be comparable to the true teachings of the heavenly abode in this world. He wanted to try out the magical power of the Milky River that he derived, so he stretched out his hand and pointed at the 3 holy statues in the hall. These 3 holy statues were made of peach wood, and each of them weighed several hundred kilograms. They were made of century-old peach wood that had been worshipped by incense for 60 years. They contained psyche power and had long gained spirituality. Using magical power to move them was 100 times more difficult than using bluestone and iron. But with a point of Chen Ang's finger, they floated in the air and moved according to his will. Compared to the shallow magical power cultivated in the Taoist canon's Yang talisman, divine, talisman scripture, it was more than 100 times more profound. If the same magical power was cultivated in the Taoist canon's Yang talisman, divine, talisman scripture, it would only be able to lift a few dozen kilograms into the air. But with Chen Ang's newly derived magical power of the Milky River, not only did he not need to deliberately cultivate magical power with different functions, he could also lift a huge rock with ease and ease. The difference would only make those unorthodox sects who did not have any inheritance want to cry. Chen Ang continued to breathe in and out the water vapor to strengthen the magical power of the Milky River in his dantian. At the same time, he calculated how long the magical power floating in the 3 pristine, holy statues could last. He thought that when he lifted the table, it could only last for 10 minutes. Although his magical power was more profound now, it could only last for a while. Unexpectedly, after more than 2 hours, the magical power supporting the 3 pristine, holy statues had only been used up a little. Based on this calculation, when the next day came, the magical power would only be half used up. In the front yard, Li Ning and the others took more than 2 hours to tidy up a few rooms that had been abandoned for a long time. Thinking that they had not paid a visit to the owner of this place, they said to Wang Changluo, "We came in a hurry and forgot to inform the owner of this place. It's very inappropriate. Now that everything is settled, I'll go and apologize to him." Wang Changluo advised, "He's just a silly little Taoist. I think he doesn't understand these things. Why do you have to do this?" Li Ning only said, "Manners must not be lacking." Just as he was about to get up and go to the rear courtyard, Wang Changluo hurriedly said, "Brother, I have a nephew. His name is Wang Ming. I'll let him go with you and be your footman, so that you won't have anyone to help you." Wang Changluo also had his own plans. His nephew heard that he had asked for the protection of the 3 heroes of Qi and Lu, and had just come to seek shelter today. He wanted to use this opportunity to introduce him to Li Ning, with the intention of letting his nephew become Li Ning's disciple. If he could use this opportunity to have some master-disciple relationship, he would not have to pay a few favors. Li Ning immediately understood Wang Changluo's intention. After a moment of silence, he asked Wang Changluo to bring his nephew to meet the owner of the Taoist temple. Wang Ming looked to be a 16 or 17-year-old youth, dressed in embroidered clothes with a long knife made of rhinoceros skin hanging on his waist. His brows were filled with excitement, but his personality was a little rash. He and Li Ning walked to the front door of the 2 courtyards. Without waiting for Li Ning to knock, he pushed the door open. "Aya." Wang Ming rushed into the backyard, but after a few steps, he was so scared that he ran back. He pointed to the backyard and shouted, "There's a snake in this courtyard. Uncle Li, someone released a snake to harm us." To be continued. Chapter 402. Li Ning, you didn't have the time to blame him for being rash. He stepped into the rear courtyard and saw a large red-scaled snake entrenched in the middle of the courtyard. It opened its mouth and spat out moonlight. When it saw him enter, it raised its body vigilantly and hissed incessantly. The large snake's triangular head was as thick as a normal person's thigh. Its beautiful scales reflected a stream of light under the moonlight. One didn't need to ask to know that this was an extremely poisonous snake of the highest quality. If someone who practiced poison in Jianghu saw it, they would definitely think of it as a treasure. However, to Li Ning, this kind of poison was exceptionally dangerous. Although he was highly skilled in martial arts, this kind of strange poison usually had some special characteristics. Even he would fall into its trap if he wasn't careful. Li Ning took out a plum blossom dart from his sleeve. At the same time, he had 7 or 8 hidden weapons ready. He had the nickname of the Tongbi Divine Ape because his sword skills were high and he could use all kinds of hidden weapons. He could attack and receive attacks. He carefully hid his body and shot out 7 or 8 hidden weapons. Even if the large snake was 2 times larger, it would still be killed. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The sloppy monk ran out from the side room and blocked in front of the large snake. He pretended to pat the large snake twice, and the red-scaled snake retracted its body and coiled up. This large snake was raised by the little Taoist since it was young. If you hit it, I'm afraid you'll be beaten out. The sloppy monk explained. Before Li Ning could apologize, he heard the kid next to him shout, "Wow! So it's a snake raised by the people in this Taoist temple. Raising such a large snake in the courtyard, are they purposely trying to harm us? In my opinion, even if they aren't good people either. They raise poisonous creatures, and we live in the front courtyard. If a poisonous snake crawls over at night and harms us, would you pay with your lives?" Wang Ming pulled out the rhinoceros-skinned long knife from his waist and walked towards the red-scaled snake, saying, "How can I turn a blind eye to such a vicious creature? Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and behead it." The sloppy monk wanted to stop him, saying, "Without the little Taoist's orders, it will never leave this courtyard and will not harm you. I told you not to disturb us. You were frightened. How can you blame it on it? What's the point of keeping such a harmful thing?" Wang Ming didn't listen to him and had already walked to the side of the red-scaled snake. The snake was startled and stood up straight, agitated by the saber chi in Wang Ming's hand. Without waiting for Li Ning to pull him back, it spat out a poisonous mist about 3 feet high. The grass and trees that came into contact with it quickly withered and turned yellow. A fishy smell assaulted Wang Ming's nostrils. He immediately felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Although Li Ning was annoyed at his rashness, he was still a nephew entrusted to him by his friend. He hurriedly went over to support him, but he saw that his eyes had already turned white and he was breathing weakly. It was obvious that he had been deeply poisoned and could not be easily detoxified using ordinary methods. Li Ning saw that there were no wounds on his body, so he used his inner force to press on his stomach and incessantly urged on it. At this time, Wang Ming finally reacted. He opened his mouth and spat out a large pile of filth, but his condition of being poisoned didn't improve at all. His breathing had already become rapid. The sloppy monk came to his side and squatted down. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the vein on the side of Wang Ming's neck, rubbing it a few times to let him catch his breath. He said to Li Ning, "That red-scaled snake is a red-scaled snake. When it was only 2 or 3 inches long, it was caught by the silly little Taoist here. He kept it by his side and fed it some rice and insects every day. After a long time, it gradually grew. Because it often stayed by people's side, it became somewhat intelligent. When it grew to 5 feet long, Its body gradually shed its skin and became scarlet red. However, its temperament became increasingly gentle and intelligent. It got rid of the poisonous aura of a poisonous snake. Apart from cultivating a mouthful of scarlet poisonous mist to protect itself, it had no other poison. Today, it was frightened by someone and sprayed it out to protect itself. So this nephew of yours didn't immediately die when he smelled the poisonous mist. Great Master, do you have a way to save him? Li Ning couldn't care less about being astonished by such a strange occurrence and hurriedly cupped his fists and asked. The sloppy monk shook his head and said, "Whoever tied the bell must untie it. Although this poison isn't strong, it has been refined by the red-scaled snake for many years, so how could it be ordinary? I have a way to keep him alive, but the residual poison has penetrated deep into his bones, so I can't do anything about it. From now on, the poison will attack at 2 in the afternoon every day, and his whole body will feel like it's on fire and he will be in unbearable pain. Furthermore, as the 4 seasons change and spring and autumn change, the poison will appear on his face in the form of a rash." Li Ning frowned and said, "We men don't care about our looks, but how can the poison not harm the body? Besides, he has to suffer 2 tortures every day. It really is worse than death. Great Master said that whoever tied the bell must untie it. I wonder where this person can untie it is?" The sloppy monk pointed towards the great hall in the backyard and massaged Wang Ming's blood flow. After alleviating the poison, he left. Chun Ong was meditating in the great hall when he suddenly sensed something crawling under him. He stretched out his hand and allowed it to climb up his body. The red-scaled snake intimately rubbed against his cheek, as if sensing the true water qi slowly flowing through his body. The snake's ice-cold body stuck close to his chest, dantian, and other important acupuncture points, comfortably absorbing the true qi that Chenong had lost. After casually withdrawing the transcendence energy attached to the 3 pure ones' holy statue, Chenong used the remaining transcendence energy on his right hand and slowly combed through the snake's entire body along its head. The transcendence energy of the heavenly river washed over the red-scaled snake's body. Due to the poison it had just spat out earlier, the snake's somewhat dispirited spirit quickly recovered. It playfully chased after Chun Ang's fingers. Its body circled between the 5 fingers, sticking closely to the strands of transcendence energy that had seeped into its body. Chun Ong had quite a bit of affection for this little pet that he had raised when his primordial spirit was returning. He immediately sacrificed a few strands of transcendence energy and used the method of training mounts and pets in this world to forge a foundation for the snake. At this moment, he suddenly heard someone calling out from outside the courtyard, "Little Taoist, I am a passing tourist. I live in the front yard of the Taoist temple, and I have something to ask of you. Are you in your room?" Chun Ong already knew the cause and effect with just a thought. He immediately answered, "Since you are a guest from afar, push open the door and come in." Li Ning was slightly taken aback. He helped Wang Ming push open the door and entered. Seeing the red-scaled snake coiled on Cheneng's knee, his eyelids twitched involuntarily. He forcefully suppressed his thoughts and cupped his fists towards Chenong, saying, "I am Li Ning, also known as the Tongbi Divine Ape. Together with my 2 brothers, they are collectively known as the 3 heroes of Qilu. Because I was accompanying a friend on an excursion to Qixia Mountain, I missed the time to leave the mountain, so I'm staying in your esteemed temple for the night. But this nephew of mine was reckless. He trespassed into the backyard without the owner's permission and was accidentally injured by the red-scaled snake that I reared. Now his injuries are critical, so I beg the owner of this place to save him. The 3 heroes of Qilu." Chenong frowned. Li Ning saw that Chen Ang's eyes were clear and bright, unlike what the sloppy monk had described him to be a foolish little Taoist. He suddenly became suspicious. Following the rules of Jianghu, he announced his name. Although this move was somewhat arrogant, the 3 heroes of Qilu had quite a bit of prestige in Jianghu, so he wanted to test Chenong. But to Li Ning's disappointment, Qin Ong did not have any other reaction. He calmly shook his head. I don't know you. Qin Ong went forward to check on Wang Ming's injuries and nodded, saying, as expected, it was Ma Chou who injured him. Before the poison could accumulate in his heart and lungs, it was dispersed by someone using qi, so his life wasn't in danger. But it has also flowed into his limbs and bones, making it even more troublesome to get rid of it. Looks like you have offended that sloppy monk. Hearing this, Li Ning was stunned. He did not know what to say, so he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. He asked doubtfully, Ma Chou, is it this giant snake? Why is it called Ma Chou? Chapter 403. Originally, the fire poison that young Wang Ming had been afflicted with could be dispelled by Qin Eng's spiritual power. However, since they were in the Shushan world, he inevitably had to play some tricks. At the same time, he wanted to teach this fool who dared to take advantage of his master's absence to bully his pet a lesson. Therefore, Qin Ong merely pressed his palm against Wang Ming's body and forced him to wake up slowly with the water vapor of his jinqi. Without even looking at the fool, he said to Lin Ning, Ma Chou's poison isn't strong, but it's extremely annoying. It has a nice name called love poison, which means that this poison is like a lover, lingering to the bone, breaking the heart of love. I don't have a good way to detoxify him. At most, I can save him from being burned by fire twice in the morning and in the evening. But I don't have meridian to release the poison twice, so it will inevitably accumulate in his heart. He put on a troubled look and sighed. Everything else is okay, and he can move like a normal person. But in the future, he can't fall in love. Once he does it, he will have a rash on his head, and he will suffer the pain of being burned by fire. There is such a problem, Lin Ning said in shock. Wang Ming, who was next to him, suddenly woke up. His mind was still not clear, and he asked, What is Yang Ju? Lin Ning stopped him with a look. He saw that Qin Eng's face was a little fake, and he knew that Qin Ong was going to punish the kid next to him. But after all, he was asked by his friend, so he had to do it. His father is the only heir of the 9th branch, and he is the only child in the whole family. If he can't fall in love, it will be very unfilial. In life, filial piety comes first. Young Taoist, please be merciful and let him live on. Qin Ong thought for a while, then said, Fine, I will teach you a way. Ma Chou has been practicing with me since I was a child. As she grew older, she became more and more experienced, so she shed her scales and put on a bright red coat. She didn't expect that this would attract the attention of her natural enemy. In Qixia Mountain, there is a celestial swordsman who lives in seclusion. He raises a 100-year-old white crane, which likes to eat poisonous things. Every month, he comes to my yard to fight with Ma Chou. I can't stand it. That mutated white crane had been exposed to the poisonous fog of the Ma Chou fire poison many times. Because it was connected to the spirit qi and had eaten the spiritual herbs in the mountains, it gradually developed a mouthful of spirit crane saliva. It was the best at restraining all poisons and was also the only nemesis of the Ma Chou fire poison fog. I'm sure that tomorrow will be the day when the crane and Ma Chou fight. The two of you can hide on the side and help Ma Chou defeat the crane, capture it, and collect the spirit saliva. After that, he didn't care what Li Ning was thinking. He sat cross-legged in front of the 3 pristine statues and closed his eyes to meditate. The red serpent Ma Chou also followed him and swallowed the natural qi that Qin Ong had absorbed. Li Ning had no choice but to drag Wang Ming out of the hall. Qin Ong had just started to practice qi and use his mana. He was not proficient. Although he was born with wisdom and could see the great Tao as if he had divine help, he still practiced hard and was obsessed with exploring the rules and great Tao of this world. He studied mana and vital qi. After one night, the originally shallow mana became richer. Just one night's effort was better than 10 years of polishing vital qi. The Milky Way mana was formed by 9 kinds of talisman seeds collected from the Gui water vital qi. The records of the grand historian once said, Gui's words are Koei, saying that everything can be calculated and measured, so it is called Gui. It means that everything in the universe can be measured and speculated, so it is called Gui. The Gui water vital qi that Chun'ong practiced was the true meaning of measuring and studying everything so that he could rule the world with Tao. Therefore, the Milky Way manna belonged to the water element of the 5 elements. In fact, it was best at measuring and analyzing the great Tao. It was close to the nature of everything. Under the operation of manna, there was nothing in the world that couldn't be analyzed. On the surface, it seemed to be one of the 5 elements, but in fact, it followed the great Tao of understanding and changing the world. It was very close to the scientific worldview that Chun'ong lived for. The spirit of heaven and earth was the talisman, and the spirits of ghosts and deities were the talisman. As the foundation of the Milky Way manna, the 9 talisman seeds could also be called the 9 talismans of the Milky Way. When combined with each other, they could evolve and edit all the spells in the world. Among all the spells, it was the best kind. It could be compared to the true teachings of the Tianfu and the orthodoxy of the emperor. At this moment, Chun'ong's hands were empty. Other than the spiritual beast macho, he really didn't have any belongings. He just needed an instrument to protect himself. Among the possessions that the old Taoist left behind in the Shisha temple, other than a 400-year-old sandalwood tree in the backyard that secretly contained spiritual qi, there were only 3 statues of the 3 pristine, holy statues made of old peach that were worshipped day and night, and an everlasting lamp. Old sandalwood was a good material to make a magical instrument. It was refined with the Milky Way manna. Although it was innately limited and unfavorable for killing, it had its own Tao nature, and its fragrance was clean. It could be used to make a magical instrument that could subdue inner demons, ward off evil spirits, and purify the heart. It was a magical instrument that had a miraculous effect on those who were possessed by the devil. However, for a person like Chun'ong, whose primordial spirit was comparable to the extraterrestrial demon king and whose Tao nature or demonic nature was immortal, this kind of magical instrument was a little useless. If there were any extraterrestrial demons that sneaked into Chun'ong's real spirit, the one that would be devoured would definitely not be Chun'ong. There was no need to worry about a small problem like being possessed by the devil. If he used the 3 pristine holy statues of the 3 pristine holy statues to make a magical instrument, it would be too embarrassing. If it really attracted the attention of the 3 mighty beings from the upper realm, it would not be worth it. After thinking about it, only the everlasting lamp that was worshipped on the 3 pristine holy statues was the most suitable. Although it was lit with an ordinary fire, it was estimated that the ancestors of the Shisha temple had received guidance from an expert. A bright lamp could not be extinguished for 300 years. They also gathered the old sandalwood oil in the backyard to make the lamp oil. After 300 years, the flame of the lamp had already contained spiritual qi. The burning lamp oil emitted a gentle fragrance, which was the best for purifying the heart and nourishing the mind. Although its essence was still an ordinary fire and could not be compared to the spiritual flames that were born from vitality, it was still considered a good material for making magical instruments. In the world of Shu Mountain, the magical instruments refined by the individual immortal experts only used magical power to wash day and night, so that the spirituality of the material and the primordial spirit could be combined. Then, the spirituality of the magical instrument would be cultivated with the qi of spiritual medicine and strengthen its essence. Therefore, the characteristics of the magical instrument are special. According to the nature of the material, it is very easy to be restrained, and the connection between it and the owner is not strong. The advantage is that other than some magical instruments that are related to proving Tao and ascension, or treasures that are related to the cultivation of life, other magical instruments can be found in some blessed land with abundant spiritual qi and suitable environment. Using the power of heaven and earth to nourish the magical instrument, it is convenient and convenient. In hundreds or thousands of years, it can be made into a batch of powerful magical instruments, and it will not hinder the cultivation. Although this method was convenient and simple, it was not suitable for the current Chenong. On one hand, he did not want to form karma with the old monsters who ascended or were about to ascend from Shu Mountain. If he messed up the clear karma net of the heavenly path, would it not be making a wedding dress for the main god? It was convenient for it to infiltrate this world, but it would expose itself. Therefore, in this world, there was an order of inheritance. The magical instruments that the predecessors planned to leave for the descendants, unless it was destined to be with him. Chenong was not prepared to intervene. Ancestor Dharma, Immortal Chunyang, Immortal Baiyang, Immortal Guangqingzi, Golden Mother Tian-Yi, Immortal Long Brow. These old monsters are all cunning. They have already ascended to the upper realm, but they are still playing chess in the lower realm. The magical instrument remains that they left behind. Taking it is like owing karma and falling into their trap. Chenong snorted disdainfully. My status is high, and I have cultivated for a long time, not inferior to these people. I admit that I am a junior just to think about those few pieces of scrap metal. I can't do such a shameful thing. Chenong sneered and said, after Dharma achieved Tao, he gave up the Nanmingli fire sword, the ultimate treasure of refining demons, and threw it away like a shoe, just because it became an obstacle to seeking Tao. But some people's eyes are fixed on the broken shoes left by others, and they forget about the things that they have been pursuing diligently. Those people in Amei can be said to be good at adding things to things. As the saying goes, borrow fake cultivation. Throw it away after using it. It's not like throwing a watermelon when seeing sesame, but some people seem to have deep greed in their bones. Not to mention magical instruments or heavenly books. They even want to take away the slightly useful flowers and plants. They don't think about whether they can bear the karma calculation in it. They are really short-sighted. Chenong keenly felt that the karma and luck alarm that he had set in the original work and left for the future generation of the treasure was slightly touched. He smiled and said, "There is no doubt that the samsara travelers are such people. But without you, how can I find the spy left by the Lord God?" With a casual point, the magic power of the Milky Way was divided into 9 kinds of talisman of the Milky Way and the Gue water genuine Qi, which were thrown into the flame of the eternal lamp on the table. The Gue water genuine Qi nourished the small flame of the lamp, and the 9 talisman of the Milky Way formed the embryonic form of a prohibition in the flame of the lamp. The Gue water genuine Qi and the true meaning of the 9 talisman of the Milky Way merged into one, and the flame of the eternal lamp immediately emitted a faint light, separated from the wick, and burned even more vigorously. Chenong's reaction was extremely fast, and he immediately activated the magic power of the Milky Way. He spat out a roll of Milky Way and suddenly opened his mouth to suck in. The flame of the eternal lamp in the air was swallowed by him into his stomach and sank into his dantian, where it was nourished by the magic power of the Milky Way. To be continued. Chapter 404. Although there were some changes in karma in this world, Chenong was a patient hunter. He knew that this was just a slight test from the main god, so he did not pay much attention to it. At least, he would wait until the prey had nowhere to retreat and had no hope of escaping with its tail cut off. Only then would he strike with the speed of lightning and end its life. He had just started to practice magic treasures, and it was the time when he was full of inspiration. Before dawn, he walked to a sky-opening cliff not far from Xixia Temple and waited for the sun to rise to collect the first purple gas. When the red sun rose and the clouds parted, he would absorb the purple gas from the east to nourish the Milky Way Dharma power in his dantian, so that the Dharma power would have a trace of purple gas, which could nourish the primordial spirit. The time to collect the purple gas was only the moment when the sun rose. In the remaining time, Chenong spat out the eternal lamp flame and used the Milky Way Dharma power to collect the true fire of the sun from the sunlight and integrate it into the magic treasure. The true fire of the sun was one of the 7 true fires in the universe. It was also called the fire of the sky. When it was refined into the common fire from wood, it would increase its power. The eternal lamp flame was just a common fire, so it was not good. Chen Ong wanted to collect the true fire of the sun to improve its origin. If he could collect the true fire of the sun from the sky, the poison fire of the ancient earth lung under the crust, and the eternal lamp flame, he would be able to cultivate the true fire of samadhi. He would have the power to burn mountains and boil seas and cultivate demons to achieve Tao. It would not be weaker than any magic treasure. Of course, it was still too early to talk about this kind of hard work that could easily take hundreds of years. The Milky Way Dharma power engulfed the whole mountain like smoke and fog. Chen Ong soon felt the agitation of the spirituality in the eternal lamp flame and knew that it was time. If he continued to collect it, it would hurt the spirituality of the flame, so he stored it in his dantian to nourish it. Beside the stream, the red serpent macho was also absorbing the essence of the sun. When the warm morning light disappeared, the sun became more and more violent, and it was not suitable for a snake of yin attribute like Macho to degenerate its primordial qi. Chunong took Macho down the mountain and walked toward Shixia Temple. Before he entered the door, he saw a young man in a sorry state rushing out of the temple. The young man pointed at his nose and scolded, "You evil Taoist! You released a snake to harm others and caused me to be poisoned. You will pay with your life." Chenong saw that his face was covered in rashes, and he did not look human at all. His whole body was covered in dust and mud. It was obvious that he had tasted the pain of being burned by the meridian 2-hour fire yesterday. Thinking about it this way, it was only natural for him to be so resentful. However, Chenong was not his father, so why should he sympathize with his suffering? Seeing him pointing at his nose with a fierce look on his face, he immediately sneered. While he was still making a fuss, he absorbed his aura. He casually broke off a branch from the bushes beside him and used his transcendence energy to slap his aura in. Wang Ming, who was shouting, did not know when to stop. Seeing that Chenong did not respond, he actually wanted to take 2 steps forward and get in front of Chun Eng's face. His uncle, Wang Chongluo, looked on coldly from the side. He was probably looking for someone to hold Li Ning back so that he could not help Chenong. Chenong wasn't willing to let Wang Ming's spittle splash on him, so he casually pinched one end of the branch. Wang Ming suddenly cried out in pain, clutching his ankle as he fell to the ground. "Oh, sorry, I'm looking in the wrong direction." Chun Ong turned the branch around and casually found a piece of cloth, wrapping it twice around the other end. Wang Ming's hands and feet seemed to be tied up, his mouth gagged, and he could only make muffled sounds. The onlookers were originally prepared to teach this little Taoist a lesson for the sake of Master Wang Chongluo, but now that they saw this scene, how would they dare to do so? They could only watch as Chun Ong swaggered away, calmly escaping. Only after he left did someone mumble to himself, stammering, "Demon! Demon Dao!" An old man whom Wang Chongluo trusted quite a bit trembled as he placed his luggage at his feet. Without even taking back his wages, he said to Wang Chongluo, "Master, I don't dare to take this job anymore. Please be merciful, master, and let me go." Without waiting for a reply, he stumbled out of the mountain. Wang Chongluo forced himself to cheer up and ask someone to send him his wages and luggage. He then put on a good show in front of everyone, comforting them with kind words and putting on a show. Finally, he managed to calm the anxious and uneasy hearts of the people. At this time, Wang Ming had already broken free from the impeachment of emotion's magic. He looked in the direction in which Chanong had left in fear and shouted to his uncle, "The branch! That branch!" He wanted to snatch it back, but his uncle didn't dare to let him go. He pulled on his clothes and said, "Good boy, do you want to be defeated by the devil again? We can't wait to avoid such a demon, and you still want to send yourself to our doorstep? If we don't get that branch back, even if we run 1,000 miles away, we won't be able to escape his impeachment." Wang Ming shouted. It wasn't that they were knowledgeable, but that this spell was really famous. From the witchcraft of the royal family to the common people beating up villains, this spell could be seen everywhere. It could be said to be the most well-known and widespread spell since ancient times. It was also the representative spell of the masters, Taoists, and even the gods and sorcerers. Not only did it have a long history in the Central Plains, but it could also be seen in Western magic and African voodoo arts. It was really the most widely varied spell in the world. Wang Ming's uncle scolded, "He can capture your soul with just a casual pat. If you go now, who knows what other evil spells he has? You'd better follow me and invite your two uncle masters, Zhou and Yang, and ask for a good karma from that person and dispel that spell." That young Wang Ming was just angry for a moment. Now that he had come back to his senses, he was also scared out of his wits, so he followed his uncle's orders. Not long after, Li Ning helplessly brought Wang Ming to knock on the door of the wing room where Chenong lived. At this time, the rash on Wang Ming's face had gotten better, and he could see people. But this also meant that the next pain of being burned by fire was coming. He looked around and suddenly cried out in surprise, "Uncle Li, look at the sky!" Li Ning raised his head to look at the sky, and sure enough, he saw a white crane with coir feathers circling in the sky. The crane's cry was clear and melodious, and it descended to the back of the main hall. Chenong stood behind the main hall. The scarlet serpent was coiled on the stone eaves of the well, hissing towards the sky. On the eaves stood a huge red-crowned crane. Its head was bright red, and its whole body was snow white. There was not a single strand of mixed hair on its body. It had golden eyes and an iron beak, and its two claws were like copper hooks. It was at least a foot tall, and it was picking and combing its feathers. In just a short while, Li Ning had already arrived with Wang Ming. Seeing the white crane on the eaves, Wang Ming was overjoyed. He raised his hand and took out the sleeve dart that Li Ning had given him to protect himself, and shot it towards the white crane. Li Ning couldn't stop it in time, and the swift sleeve dart was caught by the white crane with its beak. But this action had already angered the feathered crane. It swooped down from the sky, and its two copper hook-like claws slashed towards Li Ning's head. If the claws landed, it would be a small matter for his skin to split open.